time.
We're all good people, think alike, so that's very good. Nice meeting all you again.
Yeah, good to meet an old friend after quite some months. The last time we met
Absolutely.
was
Absolutely.
was in your Sri City. Since then we have been keeping in touch though all through.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and it is great to have you once again. And I hope we will be having a good number of speakers today. It is a long haul, so Mr. Esposito, you have to prepare for a long haul today, maybe 3.5, 4 hours. In between, you can sip your cup of tea and coffee.
Definitely.
And are you in Chennai now or?
No, I'm in Italy now. I'm connected from Italy.
Oh, you are in Italy now. Okay.
Yes.
So, so unless the flights start operating, you cannot return to India now.
No, I'm planning to come anyway at the end of the month. There are a couple of flights available, so I'm planning to travel back across the end of the month, actually.
Oh, that's good. So, in the meantime, any plan of coming to Kolkata?
I was actually planning to come to Calcutta across the first week of October. That was the idea I had. But as usual, I'm actually doubtful on all these quarantine periods, that are difficult to be controlled. So
Yeah, and just in case you get stuck because of quarantine and other things, it will be difficult. 2 weeks you will be in quarantine, then it becomes difficult.
Yeah, in fact, that's what I'm doing. I mean, I'm just trying to organize myself on the best place for quarantine, of course, and then decide accordingly where to come and how. That's the reason.
So you will meet your good friend, Mr. V.R. Sharma, also today.
Definitely.
And let's say we will have a very good discussion because Mr. Alzeta is a very knowledgeable man. We all know that.
Definitely.
He has extensive knowledge. And did you get a chance to speak to him today, or you spoke to him yesterday?
Last time I spoke to him was yesterday, actually. Yeah.
So let's hope in a few minutes he will also be joining us.
No, he's ready. He's ready to connect. He sent me a message already, so it was just getting connected and everything. Yeah.
Okay, let me introduce our my co-moderator, Mr. Rakesh Kumar Singhal. He was earlier Executive Director, Corporate Affairs Division in SAIL.
Yeah.
And now he is with the advisor to Steel Research and Technology Mission of India, SRTMI, which you know is under the aegis of Ministry of Steel.
Absolutely.
So so he will be my co-moderator, and my son you already met. Ankit, you already met before in India. Yeah, and he is going to be the host for today. Normally, he is, as you know, he stays in the city of Magdeburg, which is very close to Berlin.
Yeah.
And he's doing his master's in data science.
Good afternoon, Mr. Esposito.
Yeah, very good afternoon. Very good afternoon to you.
So, what is the news of Siddharth? He is traveling, or he is still in Calcutta right
No, Siddharth is in Kolkata now. I think he's going to go to Chennai across the end of the month also. The idea is to meet each other over there also. And but he's fine. He's okay. So far, so good. Yes, absolutely. He's bringing his regards also to all of you, of course.
Great.
Talked to him yesterday evening only. So he's okay. He's okay.
Because these days, I'm not, his house is very close to my office, but since I'm not going to office, I'm not really, I have not been able to keep in touch with him last couple of months. Though I see him on Facebook and social media regularly.
Exactly. Yeah.
So let me introduce Mr. Subrata Mitra. I think
we know each other already. Yeah, of course.
Yeah. So he is the chairman of the organizing committee for all our webinars, and Mr. Mitra is also very active for all the events that we do. And I think you all know him for quite some time now because
Hello.
So,
good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So I was just mentioning, Subodha, that Mr. Esposito knows you for quite some time now, and
yes,
it's good to see him after quite some time. And I'm also, really happy to know that he is closely associated now with also Mr. Alzeta and Rizani group, which I believe is also, I think, Subhadoda, you mentioned that they're trying to bid for the Kolkata Metro Railway some work. Am I right, Mr. Esposito? You are trying to bid on Kolkata Metro?
That kind of projects are exactly the kind of projects which the Ecker Group wants to take care of, and that is going to be my main work actually on North Africa, Middle East, India, and Southeast Asia. I am going to overlook this kind of opportunities for the company, giving my, let's say, my experience and contacts to make it happen. Let's say that's the idea.
Great.
Good.
So definitely the connections with the steel and whatever is the precondition of steel production manufacturing is definitely going to be convenient.
Absolutely, and there your synergy will come to you with all the main producers with whom you have to coordinate also on a regular basis, and also with the government. So Mr. V.R. Sharma, I can see who else.
Yeah, in this kind of webinars is actually wise to switch off the microphone and the camera whenever we don't speak, otherwise we generate issues with the others, no?
Yeah, there is a feedback. Normally that's what I do. I try to at least switch off my microphone so that there is no feedback. So,
good. Anyway, how are things in principle as far as steel and metallurgy? Of course, I've been in touch with Professor Cavicchiolo, which I know you're discussing with together. So,
with Mr. Cavicchiolo, actually we got connected through Mekon.
Yeah.
Mekon got me connected with him. I did not know him earlier, so it's good that we are interacting with him, and he knows you very well. He told me right at the beginning, the first time.
Yeah. We collaborate quite regularly together. I think it's a very good platform for the Italian market and for the attitude he has. Actually, it's not only about steel and metals, but definitely the platform of communication which Professor Cavicchiolo operates around Europe and Middle East can be a source of very good synergy with whatever you are already doing and doing well, actually. So
yeah, what I would also request you, wherever you need suggestions from Mr. Subrata Mitra, he is available all the time for any suggestions that you may require with engineering, with any issues, any inspection that you want to get done, or anything that you want. Mr. Subrata Mitra is there to help all of us. And now that he is superannuated from Evan Dastur, so he is available for any help that you may require for him.
Definitely, absolutely.
Yes, yes. I'll feel happy, glad.
It'll be very convenient and wise for me because as far as Rizani, the Ecker Group, we are thinking also to set up an Indian organization for the needs of the Indian projects itself. So
good.
It's going to be an open talk for this. That's going to be something definitely.
Let's be in touch. Let's be in touch. Yes.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Yeah, and Subhadoda, since Mr. Esposito is also in our WhatsApp group, so he's already in touch with us. And right from the beginning, he is there in our WhatsApp group. So he's always in touch with us. So whenever we need, we can interact with each other and
sure.
take any. In the meantime, let me introduce Mr. Shushim Banerjee. I think you met him in one of our conferences in Kolkata. He
Correct.
was, he was till last month the Director General of Institute for Steel Development and Growth.
Yeah.
Now he's just superannuated and is now available again all the time for our assistance and help whenever we approach him for any of the steel-related construction work, because he works closely with all the architects, with all the designers, and civil engineers for various projects of the Ministry of Steel, and henceforth you can also interact with him for whatever help you want with any of projects in India. He's just super.
Very good afternoon to Nirmalo, Subrata Mitra, and Mr. Esposito. Good Good afternoon. Good afternoon. We are very happy today to see all of you. Nirmallo is one of the best friends I will consider as equal as Mr. Mitra, and we all grew together. And so we will be very happy to see India growing as well as India contributing to other countries also. And people from abroad are also coming here to set up their facilities, which will meet up the the balances or the gaps that we are having here in terms of knowledge, in terms of technology.
Yeah, and
So we are all
Sushimda,
looking
just
forward in spite of the very difficult.
a very difficult time. And let me tell you, Mr. Esposito is, I would say, very much Indian than, I would say, more Indian than perhaps we are. He's been living in India for a long time now. And
Must be,
he's,
must be liking Indian food.
yes,
No,
yes,
no,
very much.
forget about the food. So food is my nightmare, actually. That is the problem. That's why I'm not able to get rid of India. No, absolutely fine and eating that. Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, he's now acquainted with more, I would say, the Chinese food, living in Chennai for a long time now.
Oh, I see.
But he does so much of traveling that he's acquainted with every nook and corner of India. Only
I'm not at all fussy. Please don't identify myself with any kind of specific food. India for me is actually a huge continent of opportunities in food. That's why. So it's okay like that.
Good afternoon, Singalji.
Good afternoon, sir. I wanted to say good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon, Ankit.
Good afternoon, Sushim uncle. How are you?
Fine, fine.
Bala, you know, Sushil sir has been my guru in street marketing. I had known him from 97.
He's guru for all of us, and it's been my association has been again from the time he's been with sale.
Whenever I have been a problem to write anything new, I would first approach him, sir, what to write. And he would invariably give me some tips or he send an article.
Let me welcome Dr. N. Gopalakrishnan. Dr. Gopalakrishnan is the director of Central Building Research Institute of CSIR. So he heads the research wing of CSIR in building and building research. So a warm welcome to Dr. Gopalakrishnan.
Thank you. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Dr.
Good afternoon.
Dr. Gopalakrishnan, I think you must be knowing Mr. Shushim Banerjee. Let me
Good
introduce
afternoon.
Yeah,
Good afternoon, doctor. Good afternoon.
Let me introduce Mr. Subrata Mitra. He
Good
was the
afternoon.
joint managing director. Now he's our chief advisor and he's also the chairman of this organizing committee. And let me also take this opportunity to welcome Mr. Chittaranjan Kaushik.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Kaushik.
Good afternoon, everybody.
Mr. Kaushik is the Chief Operating Officer of EcoFirst, which is a subsidiary of TCE, Tata Consulting Engineers. And a few words, Mr. Kaushik, about EcoFirst, since EcoFirst services we are not too aware about. If you could just give us one or two lines on what EcoFirst does and what is and when was the company conceived and so on and so forth.
Okay, thank you. The EcoFirst was originally a joint venture of Milestone Capital and J. Leon from UK, 50-50 partnership, meant for doing something in clean tech, related to clean tech fund. Later on in 2012, it was acquired by Tata Consulting Engineers and has been kept as a sustainable development for the built environment, consulting for the sustainable development. So we do lots of real estate, we do lots of residential, commercial buildings, even factory buildings we design. That's what we do. It's a group of architects and engineers together and the sustainability professionals. We do the decarbonization process. We look into the zero carbon development. We do this multiple projects like 4,000 Nangas if we are implementing, 3 primary schools we are constructing. So sustainable carbon-free primary schools we are doing that. So those kind of work EcoFirst is doing. Yeah.
Mr. Kaushik, this is Mitra here. I am
Yes, sir.
ex-Dastur. You work in direct interaction with TC, the business unit, or
Metal
separately you
mining,
work?
yes. Yes, sir. I know that our metal mining unit, which is operating from Calcutta, is more in touch with Dastur. So yes, EcoFirst is 100% part of it. All our technical IT and every support comes from TC, and all the BUs we work together. Like
Okay, good.
TC offices only.
Okay,
Yes.
good.
Let me introduce Mr. Sri Kumar Balasubramaniam, who is with the Director Sales and Marketing with Zamil Steel India. And Mr. Balasubramaniam, very good afternoon to you. And let me also convey my regards to your colleague, Mr. Alokesh Roy, whom I call as my Dada, Alokesh Da. So please convey my regards to him. Unfortunately, he could not be here, but it's also an opportunity to get introduced to you for the first time, and you could just add a few words on the recent activities of Zamil Steel India as of now.
Yeah. Good evening, everyone. I hope I'm audible to all of you.
Yes, yes. Good
Yes.
evening.
Good evening.
Yeah. So I'm Sri Kumar. I've been with Zamil for more than 11 years now. Zamil also has been in India for 11 years. I would put it that way. So I've been Zamil in India. Zamil is a 44-year-old organization from Saudi Arabia. We are one of the major steel fabricators in various businesses. We are into steel fabrication in terms of one business, which is a pre-engineered steel buildings. We are also into structural steel fabrication, which is specifically targeted at oil and gas and high-rise structures. And we are also into towers and galvanizing, which is basically for transmission towers and galvanizing. So all this put together, Zamil Steel as an entity, we do around 500,000 tons of steel fabrication every year. Out of which India, the latest factory in the Zamil, the Zamil family, we have started this factory in 2008 in Pune. And from there, we are able to manufacture approximately around 80,000 tons of steel in terms of pre-engineered steel buildings and around 20,000 tons of structural steel fabrication. So that is the current Pune plant as far as we are concerned. Other than that, like Mr. Nirmalia already said, my boss, Mr. Alokesh Roy, he handles not only India, but also the Vietnam operations for Zamil Steel. So India and Vietnam work in kind of a synergy because there are many projects and many businesses which are having Southeast Asia operations. So we deal in such fashion. And there we have two factories in Vietnam. One is in Ho Chi Minh City and another one in Hanoi. And as far as the other part of the world is concerned, our main facility or the first facility which we started was in 77, which is a fabrication facility we started in Dammam. That's the starting of it all. And then from there, we expanded into Egypt. We have two facilities in Egypt, in Sadat and Cairo. We have one facility in Ras Al Khaimah and the latest facility in Pune, and two facilities which we started 20 odd years back in Vietnam. So that is as far as steel building business is concerned. So that's more about Zamil, I would say. And we are owned by a public limited company called Zamil Industrial Investment Company, which is listed in the Saudi Arabian stock market. Yeah, thank you, Mr. Nirmalia.
Thank you so much, Sri Kumarji. With that, let me also introduce Mr. P.V. Mohan. Mr. P.V. Mohan is Director of Kirby Building Systems, probably the same kind of business which Mr. Kumar is in the Indian Building Systems. Mr. Mohan, can you hear me?
Yes, yes, I can hear you.
If you could also just mention a few words about what primarily Kirby has been doing in India and the kind of fabrication that you do annually.
Yeah, Kirby is the market leader in pre-engineered steel buildings, and we have started in 1999 in India. We have got plants all over the globe. We have two plants in Middle East, in one plant in Kuwait and one plant in Ras Al Khaimah, handling both Middle East and as well as Africa business. And we have 2 plants in India. One is in Hyderabad and another plant is in northern part of Haridwar. And Kirby is the first to start pre-engineered steel buildings in India. And we are the pioneers over there. Even we were the first to start even in Middle East. So we have been we have been foraying into a lot of pre-engineered buildings, whether it's a simple warehouse to a very complex industrial buildings to even infrastructure projects. Like when Delhi Metro came in, we were there in Delhi Metro, all the metro stations, shipyards, you see anything in steel. Steel construction, Kirby is available, and we are trying to convert a lot of wet construction into steel construction. So that's a brief about Kirby, and we also have, in fact, if you really see, we are the market leaders for the last 20 years in India, and we have also a plant in Vietnam in Southeast Asia, where we take care of the total Southeast Asian market.
Okay,
So
great. Yeah.
Good afternoon, good evening, good afternoon, Nirmala ji. We are
Good afternoon,
Good afternoon, Sharma ji. Good afternoon, Sharma ji.
Sharma ji, how are you?
Sharma sahab, good afternoon. Very, very good afternoon. Sharma sahab.
Namaskar, namaskar, Sushim ji, namaskar.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Sharma sahab, and you are always, we keep waiting for you because once you come, our leader is there. So
Oh, thank you, thank you.
We feel.
Good afternoon, Sharma ji. Mitra here.
Namaskar, namaskar, sir, namaskar. How are you?
Namaskar. Fine, fine.
So without further delay, I think we are almost at 4 o'clock, 4:01 by my watch. So we'll get started. Ankit, are you ready with the introduction of the panelists?
Yes, yes, of course.
Yeah. So with that, we'll start. And I think let me introduce Mr. Kaustubh Raikar also. Mr. Kaustubh Raikar, they're both the brothers, both Mr. Chetan Raikar and Mr. Kaustubh Raikar, both of them have done a lot of heritage work in Mumbai. And if you know of the iconic Haji Ali, the entire Haji Ali reconstruction was done by the Raikar family. Both the brothers have been instrumental in doing a lot of iconic, let's say, reconstruction in not only in Mumbai and elsewhere. So, Mr. Raikar, just a few words from you before we go into the inauguration. A few words of introduction.
Heritage conservation is one division of our company. We are a company which is 53-year-old today. It was started by my father. Today, my elder brother Chetan heads the organization. I'm generally into, I look after the divisions of industrial steel construction and everything. So industrial steel structures, infrastructure division, all these divisions are with me. So I deal with a lot of architectural, structural and MEP designs, to turnkey consultancy for these kind of structures. So yeah, that's a short brief. I'm a structural engineer by qualification. I believe would be I would be one of the few consultants who will be there on the panel, I believe, today.
Yes, you are indeed.
I would be a minority fan over here today.
Yes.
Now,
I'm an ex-consultant.
No, also a consultant as of now. You are consulting all of us. So, anyway. Consultant for sure. Yeah. Let me welcome Mr. Alzeta, who is a very good friend of Mr. V.R. Sharma. Sharmaji, your good friend Mr. Alzeta is also here. So,
yes. Good afternoon to everybody. Good afternoon to you. After some time we don't see each other, and all other friends which are present.
Good afternoon.
How are you? Good afternoon, Mr. Alzeta. How are you?
Fine, fine. Oh, good afternoon, my friend. How are you?
Good, good. Thank you. Thank you so much.
In GSP now.
Oh, JSPL, yes. Where are you? You are in Dubai? You are in Dubai or Italy today?
I am in the office.
In Italy.
As you can see from my map behind me in the wall. I am in the office.
In Butrio, yes, in Butrio, very much in Butrio.
Nearby Butrio, yeah. Is a close to ABS. Do you remember ABS steel making?
Yeah, the ABS plant. Yes.
Yeah,
Very
I
close to there.
asked the company beside ABS. Now.
Oh, great. So next time Mr. Sharma is there, we will visit you.
Yes,
You are always most welcome. It will be
thank you.
Friends.
Yeah, thank you. So with that, let us start with the inauguration. Let me request Ankit to introduce the panelists, and then we'll have the program as per schedule.
Okay, so very warm welcome to all the panelists and attendees who have joined us today. The title for today's webinar is Steel Intensive Construction for Housing, Infrastructure and Industrial Structures. So I would just like to play a small video to introduce today's topic. Is my screen visible to everyone?
Yes.
Yes.
A supreme alloy for India's growth. A shining armor of development spirit. Steel. A strategic partner in the nation's own growth story. The Indian steel sector has been stealing the new India. Today, India is the second largest producer of steel and one of the largest consumers in the world. Steel makes the perfect partner in the nation building. Its power lies in its unique strength, versatility, durability, resilience, and reliability. Over and above, steel is eco-friendly and 100% recyclable. India's major projects are reinforced by steel. The world's tallest statue, India's maiden leap onto the moon, India's longest road tunnel, Asia's largest railroad bridge, and the world's highest railway bridge. Name any engineering marvel, steel is found to have strengthened its foundation. In view of the economic, environmental, and social benefits, steel is bound to be the first choice in the unprecedented urban transformation taking place in India. Especially in the 6 focused areas identified by the Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs for targeted outcome. Having multiple choices to offer from carbon steel and stainless steel, Indian steel sector is ready to fulfill the needs of this urban transformation. That includes the construction of 1 crore 12 lakh affordable Pakka houses under the Prime Minister Awas Yojana. Domestic steel players will provide around 16 million tons of steel to meet the requirements.
It is my dream that every Indian has a Pakka house by 2022.
The domestic steel industry has also been meeting the needs for clean and green solutions across 500 cities under flagship initiative Atal Mission for Rejuvenation and Urban Transformation, Amrut. The supply of 1.7 million tons of steel is estimated for water connections, sewer connections, storm water drainage projects, parks and green spaces, and LED street lights. The Swachh Bharat Mission, another flagship program of the Government of India, will use about 1.3 million tons of steel.
The Smart City Mission enables cities to identify their potential and challenges. It catalyzes smart solutions for the challenges through public consultation.
Domestic steel sector will be a key partner in creating smart urban infrastructure for Smart City Mission due to design flexibility and aesthetic appeal which steel can offer. Large volumes of both value-added steel and stainless steel will be used for building command and control centers, vibrant public spaces, water supply infrastructures, solar power grids, security kiosks to disposal bins, etc. Metros in India have set global standards of service. The continued growth of urban transport in India augurs well for steel sector. Domestic steel manufacturing is capable of meeting their stringent requirements and has ensured the successful completion of over 900 kilometers of metros, rapid transit system across 27 cities under different stages of development, besides the already accomplished construction of 700 kilometers. For the creation of aviation infrastructure under the UDAN scheme, wherein 100 new airports will come up for regional connectivity and affordability. About 8 million tons of steel is estimated to be supplied in the form of tubular members, plates and parallel flanged sections due to its intrinsic qualities. Indian steel industry, with its Ispati Irada, is geared up for this exponential growth, leading India towards self-reliance through sustainable and long-term partnership of the domestic steel sector with the Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs and Civil Aviation. Together, we will move towards steeling India, towards an Atmanirbhar Bharat. Har kaam, Desh ke naam. Jai Hind.
Thank you, Ankit. Thank you let me also thank Mr. Singhal for sharing this Ministry of Steel presentation with us. This was prepared for the last interaction with Ministry of Steel, organized with all the infrastructure sector players, and Mr. V.R. Sharma was also there, very much there during that CIA interaction. So with that, we move to our welcome address by Mr. Subrata Mitra. May I request Mr. Subrata Mitra to deliver the welcome address, and with that I'll hand over the rest to my co-moderator, Mr. Rakesh Kumar Singhal, who will take you forward.
Before we move on to the welcome address, there is just a short duty I have, which is to introduce all the panelists for today.
Yeah.
And I would, before I begin, I would just like to thank our sponsors, Jindal Steel and Power, and our co-sponsors, SAIL and Zamil Steel, for their support. And I would also like to take the opportunity to welcome our chairman of the organizing committee, Mr. Subrata Mitra, who is the ex-joint managing director of M.N. Dastur & Co., and our organizing secretary, Mr. Shobosachi Bandopadhyay, CTO, Big River Steel, USA. So now over to introduce our panelists. Again, I would share my screen, and is it visible to everyone?
Yes.
Okay. So we have Mr. Subrata Mitra, chairman of our organizing committee and ex-joint managing director, M.N. Dastur & Co. Limited. Our organizing secretary, Mr. Shobosachi Bandopadhyay, CTO, Big River Steel, USA. Our session moderator for today, Rakesh Kumar Singhal, consultants, SRTMI, and corporate communication professional, former executive director of SAIL. Our keynote speaker, Mr. V.R. Sharma, managing director and CEO, Jindal Steel and Power Limited. We have Mr. Franco Alzetta, joint managing director, Rizzani, Italy. Mr. Francesco Esposito, business development of Rizzani Group, Italy. Mr. Yatish Kumar, chairman and managing director, Braithwaite and Co. Limited. Ms. Radhika Markan, managing director, HNK Rolling Mills Engineers Private Limited. Mr. Sushim Banerjee, ex-director general, Institute for Steel Development and Growth. Mr. R.V. Sridhar, executive director and CEO, ArcelorMittal Nippon Steel India Limited. Dr. N. Gopal Krishnan, director, CSIR. Mr. Pankaj Ojha, head of marketing, Tata Steel. Mr. Sri Kumar Balasubramaniam, director, sales and marketing, Zamil Steel India. Mr. T. Kumaresan, vice president and head of M&B BU L&T Construction. Mr. P.V. Mohan, director, Kirby Building Systems Limited. Mr. Prasad Sawant, head of engineering and business development, JSW Severfield Structures Limited. Mr. Chittaranjan Kaushik, Chief Operating Officer, EcoFirst Services Limited. Mr. Dhananjay V. Dake, Managing Director, Construction Catalyzers Private Limited. Mr. Kaustav R. Raikar, Executive Director, Structwell Designers and Consultants Private Limited. Mr. Satish Kumar Agarwal, Chairman and Managing Director, Kamdhenu Group. So we thank you all for joining us today. And again, thanks to our sponsors, Jindal Steel and Power Limited, and our co-sponsors SAIL and Zamil Steel for supporting our event. So for all the numerous attendees who have joined us today on Zoom, we have a Q&A session, a different Q&A section in Zoom itself, which can be accessed by all the panelists and the attendees alike. And you can post your questions in the Q&A sections, and the panelists can then choose to answer it either live or directly in the Q&A session. Also, I would request all the panelists to keep their microphones muted when the other panelists are speaking, so as to avoid noise feedback. Now, I would like to introduce our moderators for today. Mr. Rakesh Kumar Singhal, Consultant, SRTMI and former Executive Director, SAIL, and my father, Mr. Nirmalya Mukherjee, Editor, Steel and Metallurgy, who will be the joint co-moderators for today's discussion. So without further ado, I would request Mr. Subrata Mitra to deliver his welcome address and take the session forward.
Thank you, Ankit. Good afternoon, everybody, esteemed panelists. And once again, I feel privileged to welcome the esteemed panelists and knowledgeable, and is a good galaxy of panelists from steel making side to steel usage side and steel marketing side also. So is no need of overemphasizing the importance of steel for steel intensive construction for housing, infrastructure and industrial structures. So it's all well known, but time has come to increase the steel usage, which not only helps the country, it's environment friendly, it's recyclable, and it's fast construction and easily constructed. There are certain advantages, as you all know. Steel fabrication can be done elsewhere and fitted at site. So it need not be done in the site of the work. It can be transported and fitted. Secondly, of late, certain tendencies from EPC contractors are seen to use concrete. We are not sitting here to talk against concrete use. Concrete also has rebars, it's known. But concrete use to cut costs, sometimes we use concrete, which in the long run, technologically may not be a good idea, because it over the years, it gets damaged, and replacement is much easier for steel constructed steel construction. So these are all well known. Instead of wasting time, I would now throw the floor open for discussion from the esteemed panelists. So thank you once again. We await your sharing of the knowledge to us. Thank you. Please proceed.
Yeah, Mr. Singhal, before you take over, we have a small duty to perform, the national anthem. So, Ankit, are you ready with the national anthem? Shall we rise for the national anthem?
Yes, yes, yes.
So, let's rise for the national anthem.
Is my screen visible?
Yes.
Okay, I would request everyone to please rise for the national anthem.
Jana Mana Adhinayak Jaya He Bharat Bhagya Vidhata Punjab Sindh Gujarat Maratha Dravida Utkala Vanga Vindhya Himachal Yamuna Ganga Uchchala Jaladhi Taranga तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय जय जय
Thank you, everyone. I think now we'll have the SAIL corporate video followed by the JSPL corporate video, and then we'll have the first keynote address by Mr. V.R. Sharma. Mr. Singhal, please take over. Ankit, are you ready with the sale and JSPL videos?
I have received the JSPL video, but I have not received the sale corporate video.
Okay, let's have the JSPL
if I receive it during the session, I will play it when I
you
get
can
it.
play it later. Yeah, let's have the JSPL corporate video.
Yes.
Your screen is not visible.
Yes, I'm sharing it. Is it visible now?
Yes, please go ahead. Thank you so much, Sharma Sahab, for an excellent overview of what JSPL is all about for those of us who are not completely aware how vast JSPL has spread its wings within a short period of time. And you have, over the last couple of months, at least since the lockdown, the performance which you have shown is unparalleled in the Indian industry. I would say in the global scale, when it comes to any parameter, JSPL is now at the top of the benchmark, I would say. So with that, we'll go to you for the keynote address, followed by Mr. Sabyasachi Bandyopadhyay with his opening remarks after you. So first, Mr. V.R. Sharma, followed by Mr. Sabyasachi Bandyopadhyay, who has become a very close fan of yours ever since the last interaction you had. He always keeps telling me, I'm amazed with the kind of memory Mr. Sharma has. I mean, with the figures at his fingertips. So over to you, Sharma Sahab, for the keynote address of today.
Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I welcome you, all of you, on this webinar where we are discussing about steel intensive construction for housing and also for infrastructure and industrial structural requirements. So thanks, Nirmala, for bringing various manufacturers, steel users, architects, consultants on one platform. As you all know, the world had been passing through a very severe situation during pandemic. Started somewhere in November, December of 2019 from China, and then finally spread it all over the world. So today, everybody is a victim of, each and every country is a victim of this pandemic. The situation has not changed, rather I would say it is worsening day by day. The only change what I'm witnessing, that in the month of April and May, we were scared, and today we are not scared. I think we have taken it as part of life. Still, the whole world is trying to find a solution, find a vaccine or some medicines, but finally, nobody has succeeded so far. So let us pray and let us wish that world should find a solution how to eradicate this pandemic so that the mankind can get benefit as a whole. In the meantime, the economy is started coming on the wheels. We have seen that Delhi Metro has started. We are going to see that another 300 trains are going to be started very shortly. Government of India has declared Rajdhani trains and some of the special superfast trains. They will be restarted very shortly. So I think overall the economical movement will be there, of course. There'll be so many problems in terms of the pandemic, and which is spreaded all over. So there are so many different kind of challenges today we all are facing. So, but I feel one day we all will find a solution, and we'll get a right kind of medicine to combat this pandemic. Many of the countries in the world, they have controlled this particular disease, but it is always a communicable disease from one place to another place. And more flights we are going to start, more and more international travels we are going to start. So the susceptibility of getting infected will be more. But life cannot put at halt. Whole world has struggled, and world has lost trillions of dollars of economy during last 5 months. So now it is impossible for the whole world to sit at home and to wait for the vaccine, because the economical crisis will kill the countries, those who do not restart or those who do not take the pace in their side. So is the steel industry. Steel industry was also struggling as other industries were. Steel is a very basic economy driver. In India, it is 8% of the total GDP directly, and 25% it is contributing indirectly. So put together, we steel industry, we rotate the wheel, and our share is 25%, be it direct steel manufacturing, be it housing, be it MSMEs, be it shipbuilding, be it pipe building, water, communication, anything. And the ratio is more or less similar in any country in the world. But the faster and major challenges are today that how to use steel so that the situation like shortage of labor, migration of labor from one place to another place, or the labor who has migrated and gone back to their home states or home districts and towns. So those kind of challenges can be bridged. So the answer is, the right solution is today, that is steel structures, steel buildings, steel bridges, and anything and everything which can be made faster, that is steel. Often people, architects and users, they feel that if you go to steel, then steel should be cheaper. The point here is not cheaper. The point here is steel in any case is going to be cheaper on long run. For example, if we make steel buildings, these are faster, these are not labor intensive, and there are less quantity of concrete and cement used. That means less water for curing, and not cutting the trees to meet out the shuttering material or shuttering sports. So steel is the right solution today in the world to control environment, to protect environment, to control cutting of trees and cutting of forests, and to build the buildings or the commercial complexes at a very fast speed. We have tried out we have a division in JSPL where we have constructed ground plus 16 floors buildings made out of steel, where 77% is steel used. Balance 23% is the other material like gypsum board and cement board and tiles and in the surface area. And of course, MEP. We have also tried out the complete plumbing and also firefighting pipelines of making of stainless steel, so that even for next 40, 50 years, 60 years, if we have stainless steel or plumbing material, plumbing MEP, entire stainless steel, then the life is pretty good, and we don't have to replace these plumbing material and pipes too often. So we have constructed about 24 buildings in our own complex in Angul. Today I'm in Angul. So here we have constructed 24 buildings, ground plus 16. Another 8 buildings are under construction. I would invite if somebody can visit and see, and you will witness that it is a hybrid type of solution, where we have used on the ground floor the brickwork also, so that we can prevent the bottom portion of the building from heavy rains and waters. And rest all 15 floors are made of steel, gypsum board, and insulation material and concrete cement sheets. And of course, we have used tiles, etc., everything in bathrooms. And wherever we could use stainless steel, there we have used stainless steel. And these buildings are provided with lifts and all the gadgets and infrastructure. These are for our company's employees, and it is in our colony. Apart from that, we have also constructed around 500 flats of ground plus 3. That is for our workers' colony, and that is made of galvanized framing housing. So this is also a very, very attractive proposition, where we don't need any foundation. We only need raft of about 200 millimeter to 300 millimeter. And on that raft, it is all nut and bolt technology, like a screwdriver technology, is do-it-yourself technology. And we construct a ground plus 3 building in 8 to 10 weeks time. So this is another area. Then we have a division now. The last 5 years, we are manufacturing railway bridges. We are manufacturing steel structures for the multi-story buildings, malls, and also for the commercial buildings. So I think in times to come, this is the only solution in front of India, that we have to go to steel structural buildings plus glass as exterior. So that is there's the demand of the day. And all over India, there are 18,000 railway bridges which are to be replaced. Those who are either the culverts or the big bridges or the small bridges or the new bridges when you are doing the expansion of Indian Railway. So all these 18,000 bridges, Government of India has decided that they will go for the steel bridges. So there are many companies now in the country, those who have taken up this job of constructing fabrication of these steel bridges. And this has also increased overall steel consumption in a bigger way. Then 5 states of India, in the central states and southern states, mainly Chhattisgarh, Madhya Pradesh, Andhra, then Telangana, Karnataka, and Tamil Nadu, they have come out with more than 7,000 kilometers of pipelines. These are the domestic water pipelines. They are transporting water from various rivers to different towns and cities. And there the water will be treated, and then finally this will go to for the drinking water, the domestic use. So there are big companies in this particular business. And one of the biggest company I have come across, who are our customers also, that is Megha Engineering. And they have done a wonderful job. And nowadays, the steel industry is busy in supplying plates to them and hot rolled coils to them. A big boom in the infrastructure today is the railway, and especially the metro rails, where again the steel rails, that is head hardened rails, are being supplied. So today we are the only company in JSPL that we are producing head hardened rails, and our first track has been laid in Kolkata, and the second track is going to be laid in Pune soon. So there are total 21 metro rails coming in the country now, the new rails. And up till now, Indian government and all metro rails, they were importing the head hardened rails. But now there won't be any need to import head hardened rails because being produced by JSPL, and India will be self-reliant in supplying rails to Indian Railway and metro rails. Head hardened rails also. And another grade is 1080, that is tensile strength, and the next grade is 1175, and there is also tensile strength. So as a whole, if we see, then we find that the usage of steel is increasing in construction. The another big business today we are getting, that is sheet pile business. Up till now, the complete sheet piling, either it was done by at site or in situ by plates cutting into different sizes and then fixing on the angle irons, and then people were using it. But these were the non-reusable sheet piles. So now we are manufacturing sheet piles in India. JSPL is the only first plant who produces sheet piles, hot rolled sheet piles. There are some people, those who are doing cold forming as sheet piles, but we are doing hot rolled sheet piles of 10 millimeter and 12 millimeter thickness. And this is again a very good business for the construction sites, and especially for the housing sector, especially for the basements, because to retain the basement so that the sand and earth that does not come inside the basements. So earlier people used to have shutterings, now no need of shuttering. We have developed a speed flow technology, and this technology we have actually not developed, I would say we have imported from New Zealand, and the speed floor gives you every third day you can put one roof. So it is a very fast technology, speed floor. There are no sports, no shuttering of this kind. So this is a technology which gives the builders that every third day they can put one floor. So if a building of 40 floors, you can do it maximum 150 days. So this used to take 3 years, 2.5 years, and now you can do it in 50 days time. So this technology is also available. We are already supplying to different companies in the country, and all of these technologies, what I'm telling you, are available. Anybody can see, anybody can ask for the video, we can send the video. And not only for the, it's not for the sale purposes only, business is secondary, but the first is how to disseminate the knowledge so that our steel fraternity users and architects, designers and consultants and also other manufacturers, they know what is happening in steel. So as a whole, if we see, then steel industry can contribute a great amount of flexibility to the builders and the construction companies. We have installed cut and bend centers for the rebars, and also we installed the weld mesh manufacturing machines in various parts of the country, so that like for example, if somebody wants to construct a road either in the housing colonies or the main road for the transportation, then we can supply a weld mesh in 8 feet by 4 feet or 10 feet by 3 feet or 12 feet by 4 feet size, and then we can transport it to site, and that can be from 8 and 10 millimeter rebars or 10 or 12 millimeter rebars or any combination like 12 and 8 millimeter rebars, and whatever the grid size is required, 6 by 6 inch, 8 by 8 inch or 4 by 4 inch. So those facilities are available. Then we have also installed at various locations the piling case machines, so that whenever the piling is to be done, people used to make pile case and they used to take weeks and weeks of time. Now it is at the site available. We can transport the machine to the site, and we can make piles, the pile case, and we can deliver them at site. So these are the flexibilities which are coming, and this is going to help everybody. Over and above, last point, not related to steel, but related to all of us, we have brought a machine, though it was brought about 10 years back. That machine transplant the trees from one location to another location. And even up to a stem of 600 millimeter dia, we have transported successfully in our plants. So we don't have to cut the trees. We can protect the environment, and we can put up our plants. And similarly, if the road is to be built or some housing sector is to be built, and some very precious trees or very old trees which have very high stem diameter, 600, 800 millimeter, those trees can also be transplanted. So this is all a small message from my side to the whole fraternity, that solutions are available, steel is available, countries has started doing good. In last 2-3 months, the economy is reviving. We are sure that in next 3 months, we will be out of any kind of danger. And the next is we have to protect our environment, and wherever it is required or wherever it is possible, we must protect our forests, and we must protect our environment as a whole. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Sarva Saab. You always end on a green note. So once again, it was a very positive note on one side, and the fact that we need not destroy our trees is the message you gave at the end of the day. That whenever we are building large projects, we need not destroy the trees. We need not cut the trees. We have enough means available today to shift those trees to a better location and build our habitation today. So thank you, Sarva Saab. Once again, I keep saying that you always plan ahead of time, and now that we are going through this period, I'm sure you have enough motivation for us to take us through during these difficult times, and I'm sure the third and the fourth quarter will be much better than what we are going through right now. And you have already done it, and you keep saying, let us keep investing, let us keep spending, the cycle should be back. So once again, that same message I would like to repeat for everyone. Unless we keep spending, unless we keep the economy going, nothing is going to come back. So we all need to chip in the cycle to get back to normal. So with that, I would request Mr. Sabyasachi Bandyopadhyay to open with his secretary's opening remarks, and then we'll have the rest of the speakers. I think Mr. Alzeta will be the next speaker after you. So Mr. Bandyopadhyay, and then
before you Sabyasachi comes, let me add a few points of what Mr. Sharma said. Mr. Sharma, in his short speech, was able to cover all the activities the steel provides. He talked about the short duration of time, construction, flexibility, the design. So Sharma Sahab, my belief in you is that you are a good communicator and you represent the industry. Your word that we should disseminate. And I remember the way you congratulated Rourkela Steel Plant when they achieved 48 hits. You said that so many things they have to make. And Mr. Sharma, in a very short speech, because I'm in steel industry, I know for the last 1.5 years, he has been practically face among a few faces which have been promoting the steel industry. The credit also goes to him, that industry during the pandemic was doing so well. Thank you, Sharma sir, and please keep guiding.
Sir, thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Request Mr. Sabyasachi sir to take over.
Thank you, Mr. Singhal and Nirmalia. Good afternoon, everybody in India, and probably good morning in some other part of the world. So it's an honor to be here among very esteemed panelists. We're going to talk about the application of steel in the construction segment and how we can better utilize it. Mr. Sharma and Mr. Mitra have set the stage very well. Mr. Sharma, as always, he has demonstrated the different applications that JSPL has been able to bring forward to the industry and display how it can be more efficient and how it can be effectively utilized in the society, in the community itself, which is the most important thing, because everything that we do, one of the biggest stakeholders of our investments, of our business community, is the community around us. And so effectively, that's what matters most. With that, the concept of having this webinar is very, very well timed. You know, we all are aware of the pandemic situation that we are going through. But at the same time, what else could be more propelling than India being one of the fastest growing economy, being the second most populous nation, now the second largest steelmaking country in the world, but lying at about 1/3 of the global steel consumption per capita. And if we look at the overall steel consumption across the world, which is led by China, about 50% of the steel production in the world, or consumption, so to say, a little over 50% is in the construction segment. And India is not far behind. Indian statistics kind of indicate it's a little over 40% of entire consumption in India is in the construction segment. But there are certain segments that I personally feel could gain a little bit more popularity and to catalyze India's per capita consumption to a higher level. Things like more multi-storied buildings or multi-level parking spots. One of the interesting things that I have seen in the North American segment is grain bin silos. These are made of galvanized steel sheets, very, very popular. Obviously, India has built a lot of bridges and flyovers, but more bridges and flyovers need to be built. And The other area of interest is culvert. And I'm not sure how much culvert piping has been converted to galvanized material. And this can be, instead of cold rolled galvanized, this can be hot rolled galvanized, which is very cost effective and can be a good load bearing section as well, because it's a hollow section. I mean, these are the crash barriers on the highways that you come to see in Europe and North America. I haven't seen much of those in India, but that's something also can be built. These are also galvanized, could be hot roll galvanized instead of cold roll galvanized, and then cost can be very competitive. One of the other ones, because obviously land area, geographic area, roadways in India, probably little challenged more than the North American segment, but something that can be thought about is this wire rope safety barriers between the highways, the two different directional highways. These are extremely, extremely efficient to stop collisions from opposing traffic, the opposite direction. You know, one of the interesting things, even during the pandemic, was when it had an outbreak in Wuhan. They built a hospital of 1,000 beds in about, some say 6 days, some say 8 days, but nevertheless, it was less than 10 days. And they had built the similar kind of thing back in 2003 when SARS had broke out. And one of the things that apparently happened, that when they had built that hospital in 2003, after the outbreak was under control, they simply got rid of the building quietly. So they converted back into another product of steel. So steel is ultimately recyclable. As we progress more and more LEED certification, leadership in energy and environmental design, this will come in force. The plant that I work in, Big River Steel, we are the first LEED certified steel producer in the world. And steel being recyclable and more focus on green steel to reduce the carbon footprint is going to come in place. And so steel is going to continue to be the integral part of our life, and construction is an area where steel has a lot of growth potential. And Nirmalya Steel and Metallurgy, thank you for organizing this seminar, and I welcome all panelists to contribute with their thoughtful remarks, and hope that it would be a good one, very interactive one. All the best. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mukherjee. You raised some very valid points regarding the use of steel in high-rise buildings, multicast flat stacks. And in fact, I would like to inform you that in India, this trend is quite fast catching up, that we are going for multi-story buildings in steel, facade and composite panels. Even puja pandals in Calcutta are being built with steel. Then the grain silos are also catching up. And regarding the culverts, I think my friend Mr. Sushil Banerjee will enlighten you what some work he has done. Some work is definitely started, the areas you have showed. The new areas of steel usage have certainly come up, and your suggestions will definitely be passed on to the right authority. Nirmala, if you want to add anything, please add.
Thank you.
Thank you, Rakeshji. I think you more or less touched the point which Shobhita mentioned about. Well, with regard to the grain silos, if I recollect, Sushimda will also be able to recollect during early 90s, there was a joint program with Ministry of Steel and Ministry of Agriculture, where there was a subsidy which was offered for the grain silos. But unfortunately, that did not take off because the lack of follow-up, and perhaps it was not very viable at that point of time. But I'm sure now it's time again for us to look at that angle, look at using grain silos, looking at waste paper bins, waste baskets made of galvanized. So these are issues which needs constant follow-up with Ministry of Urban Development, Ministry of Agriculture to follow up so that is implemented now, at least now the situation.
Mr. Mukherjee, can I add something?
Yes,
we are supplying to grain silos in the country. This is one of our thrust areas from ArcelorMittal Nippon Steel. Anyway, I'll speak when my turn comes.
Yeah. See that. It's great that you pointed that out because this is one area where if ArcelorMittal Nippon Steel takes it up, it is easier for the ministry also to get it implemented through its various agencies. And there is a subsidy which needs to be given to the farmers to use it because they're used so much to the old matkas. In order to make that paradigm shift, you need some kind of financial subsidy to be given to them. So with that, I think Singalji, let's move on to our next speaker, Mr. Alzeta. I think Mr. Alzeta is the next speaker. So let's hear from Mr. Alzeta what Mr. Alzeta, by the way, let me tell you, Rizani is one company which, if I'm not mistaken, was also responsible for building the Dubai Metro, if I'm not mistaken, Mr. Alzeta?
Yes, you're right.
So the Dubai Metro was also done by them, and I'm sure Mr. Alzeta will have enough to talk about in terms of what Rizani can contribute towards building the various metros in India. And I think he has a keen interest also to have a subsidiary in India. Maybe Rizani India is what could be known as in days to come. So over to you, Mr. Alzeta.
Thank you for the invitation, first of all. As you know, after spending 30 years, more than 30 years of my life in the steel industry, where I was always trying to promote that steel is the silent friend of our lives all over the world. I changed by chance and enter into the field of the construction industry, where actually I could really acknowledge and realize that what I was trying to promote, it is not a marketing slogan, but it is, as a matter of fact, the real truth. So really, the steel is becoming more and more the silent friend of our lives. Said that, let me introduce briefly the company I'm managing, that is Rizani Decker. Is a more than 100-year old company, expert in all fields of the construction industry. There is a presentation. I don't know if you can show the presentation I sent you. You are muted.
Yeah, Ankit, do you have the presentation ready?
Yes, I have the presentation. I will just be sharing it.
Yeah. Did you find it?
Yes. Is my screen visible?
Yeah.
Yes. Put it on full screen. Yeah. Put it on slideshow.
So you can go to the next. Okay, we are a group of companies which all in the field of the construction. Rizani Decker is the parent company, is a general contracting, and is specialized in three main different business units. One is high-end buildings, which means hospitals, hotels, 5-star hotels, high-rise building, museum, stadium, and iconic buildings. Infrastructure works, which is whatever is related to road and railways and bridges, and industrial division, which is acting as EPC contractor in any kind of industrial installations and applications. In particular, besides some smaller subsidiary company mainly involved in restoration and interior design, there are 3 main companies, which is Dial, Tensa, and Speak, which are 3 subsidiary companies with specific know-how and references in the field of the infrastructural works, and especially in the field of the steel-related, let's say, infrastructural works. Next. As you can see, the history of Rizzani is going back to 1831. The Ecker family took over, who started in 1948 his own company in the northern part of Italy, Bolzano. He took over Rizzani, and nowadays we are one of the largest contractors in the world and one of the 3 left in Italy. Next. We have back, please. We have, as you can see, a worldwide presence. Depends on the years, of course, but we did project, as you can see, practically all over the world. Next. Okay, you can go faster here. This is a brief scorecard about general buildings, the typology of buildings we are doing. Next. Infrastructure works and bridges. Next. This is a steel viaduct entering into the port. This is other examples how we utilize steel in our elevated infrastructural works. Next. Here are other examples. Next. To mention, as you will see, Dial and Tensa are present already in India, in Mumbai. Maybe later on, my colleague Francesco will talk a little bit more deeper in that. We have already experience in working in this is Dubai. This is the first metro, and done 10 years ago or 12 years ago, and then last year we finished the second extension of the same metro to the Expo that has been, of course, due to COVID cancelled. Next. We are present in India with a small company for the time being, which is representing Mumbai, both Dial and Tensa. We are starting to participate as not as a general contractor, because you have a quite very big and knowledge and skilled general contractor in India. We know and we work with all of them. We work with Reliance, L&T, Sapurgi, Tata, and others. But as a supplier of special technology like stay cables and bearings and other special features for the steel features and relevant services. Next. These are our own patented system how to build in a very efficient way on the water. Next. Here are other examples of extensive utilization of steel materials in our techniques to build infrastructures. Next. The same here is I think this example is related to a bridge that at the moment we are executing, a viaduct actually, which we are iconic viaduct, which we are executing in the entry of Miami Beach in Florida, United States, with a very peculiar prefabricated supporting system. Next. These are Tensa India, as I will mention to you. We have our company in India who is supplying special equipment and technologies to the local industry. Next. What Tensa is doing? We have our workshop. They are a mechanical industry. Besides stay cable, they have design and manufacturing of bearings, joints, and anti-seismic devices, and couplings, and wedges, and all what you need for the infrastructure works. Next. These are other examples how in our core specialty, core know-how. Next. Right. As you can see, our example where we already participated in the construction with local, of course, main contractors. Here are details again showing how special steel is very much used in the infrastructure works. And okay, these are more details, but to give you again other details, but to give. Rather than to talk more, better to see how many applications steel products can have in the construction industry. Most of the people even don't imagine. Next. Here you can see post-engineering is another technology that even if it is based on concrete construction, but inside the concrete, in order to make it lighter but stronger, there is a system of steel utilization to really give the strength to the overall structure. Next. This is the tools to make the post-engineering and give strong, higher strength to the concrete structures. So it looks like that there is a concrete and not steel structure, but actually they need steel. They need the steel to accomplish their duty. Next. Again, other details of our own know-how. Next. Another project in India. Next. This is experience in high-speed railways, metro, monorail, light rail, train, and so on. Next. And now some smart application. So far we saw the application of steel infrastructure, but more and more the use of steel is enlarged to the building industry. This is, for example, one of the most prestigious buildings in Italy. In Torino is the headquarters of the biggest bank in Italy and the third bank in Europe. As you can see, the tower, which is over 100 meters, it is designed by an Archistar, Renzo Piano. It got the first LEED Platinum certificate in Europe for such kind of building 5 years ago already, and large utilization of different typology of steel has been used to build up this tower. Next. Another typology of construction, which is steel eater, steel consumer, are stadium. Now more and more the stadium of any kind of sport. This is an example of an arena we built in Moscow. Is a huge project, over €500 million, and where major part of the project are done in steel with a very clever design in order to cover all the stadium, as you can see, on the top right picture with a very light and cleverly designed steel structure. Next. This is a very iconic steel bridge we just completed last year in Australia over a river. This has been done by an Australian Archistar and is fully done in steel and in cables, and it was quite a very interesting design and build project. Next. So just to a general comment, I would like to add, if I may, having been on the other side of the table since many years, as I said, and now I'm sitting I am utilizing what I was producing since years. One suggestion that I can give, even if might probably be known, but I would like to emphasize the importance for the steel community to make lobbies, not so much by the relevant governments, but rather to make lobbies and to explain and convince the architectural design offices, Archistars, design offices. So the one who decide initially the idea, gives the idea how the construction will be done. By convincing them, by letting them get in love with your beautiful steel product, it will definitely boost the utilization of steel in the steel industry, especially in the building industry, while in the infrastructural industry, of course, it's already growing significantly. So if there is any question, otherwise I thanks again everybody, all the old friends. I hope one day to see you again. We would like to do more and more in India. It's a huge market for us. We just did we are at the very beginning, but we have a big hope of growing all together there, and I hope to have the chance to see you again. Thank you very much to everybody.
Thank you so much, Mr. Alzetta. As usual, over the last so many years that I have known you, you've always been a wonderful, wonderful speaker always. And we always loved listening to you. I still remember the days, early morning, every year when we used to have the annual general meeting of Danieli. You were the first speaker we were interested in the press conference. So we used to run every morning to make sure we are there with you at 8 o'clock for the annual press conference every year. So as usual, it is always a pleasure listening to you. And I was really amazed to know that so much of work Rizani has done. I had no idea that Rizani has done so much of work in various countries across the globe. And I'm sure, Ankit, can you see if there are any questions in a Q&A, or any of the panelists would like to ask a question? Mr. Banerjee, Mr. Sushim Banerjee, if you have a question. And if there is a question Mr. Mitra has, Mr. Subrata Mitra, or any of the panelists. Any panelists, would you like to ask Mr. Alzetta any question? Mr. Mohan? Mr. Sridhar, if you have a question.
Yeah, I have a question, Mr. Alzetta. Now you have set up your TENS India office at Pune. Are you also entering the building sector in a big way in India?
Let's say that compared with the already present technology and know-how in India in this sector, it might be a little bit more not more difficult. It's more, it makes less sense. For sure, there are opportunities for some, depending very much on the architects. If the architects decide to give for a certain realization, I make an example. At the moment, we are bidding for the new, very iconic cathedral in Accra, which is the capital of Ghana in Africa. Can you imagine what can we do in Ghana to make the new iconic Catholic cathedral there? But we are there because there is a very peculiar and specific construction, needs special experience and skill. So we are there. So whenever, of course, we decided to enter is a very competitive market, India. So we have to acknowledge that there are a lot of Indian builders who are very capable in doing things. But whenever, also in India, I'm sure, because the history we will not stop, it will come the time that you will decide to make a very high-rise tower, on iconic building, a museum, or stadium, whatever. For sure, together, of course, with a local partner, we can contribute and be pleased to participate in the coming years.
Thank you. Thank you. Nice to hear.
Any other questions, or we'll move to Mr. S.
I would like to ask you, what has been your experience with Indian steel makers? Whether it's buying the steel from India or importing it from abroad? Mr. Alzeta, I have a question for you. You are buying steel from India or importing from abroad? For your products.
Hello, I didn't hear.
Mr. Alzeta, I wanted to know that whenever you buy the steel, you buy from India or you are importing from abroad?
In India?
In India, yes, please.
Both. At the moment, both. Whatever is possible to procure in India, we are doing in India, but later on, my colleague, Mr. Esposito, is much more knowledgeable in the detail about that, but the answer is both.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah. Singalji, if you, with your kind permission, can I request Mr. Esposito?
Yes, please.
Yeah. Mr. Francesco Esposito, again, a very good friend of mine. And I've also known him for quite some time now, and we have interacted quite often. And it's just that last couple of months, because of the COVID, we were not meeting each other, but we were always in touch. And over to you, Mr. Esposito. You have, I'm sure you have, as Mr. Alzeta mentioned, you have a thorough knowledge of what the Indian market is and how do you see the market prospects in India.
Definitely, good afternoon and good evening to everybody. At the moment, I of course join and connect my discussion with whatever Mr. Alzeta just mentioned. The main skill which we want to underline at the moment about steel and steel utilization is of course about the ductility and the flexibility which steel gives in more or less any sort of application. At the moment, I would like specifically to ignore the discussion about COVID and whatever has happened on the pandemic, because I like to think further, let's say, and plan whatever and support in the planning on whatever is going to happen tomorrow. India is, of course, a location of huge opportunities, but it's a very big hub of knowledge itself. In India itself, there are great constructors, builders, and technical companies which has a very, very big knowledge and very big references even abroad. So the competition falls fully into a requirement of a need of a product and the need of a growth of the country, which needs to be organized in a modernity which is very, I would say, allow me the terms of tropicalized. So whatever has been executed and experienced abroad cannot be considered at the moment something which is 100% applicable in India. India has very, very specific requirements, very, very specific environmental requirements, and a big knowledge about, and a big knowledge as well as experience about a certain level of buildings or a certain level of construction activities, which would be required for the mobility and I would say the modernization of the society in India. Let's underline the fact that we at the moment, of course, with Tensa India, we are located in Maharashtra, in Mumbai specifically, with some application across Pune for the manufacturing of our components. We are at the moment in a small scale, but definitely the plan which we have is to go bigger and to work strongly and tightly with some local partners, which has to join hands with us from the steel from steel manufacturing, passing through the execution of the project, going till the commissioning and the handing over of the final activity by our company. So the consideration of our experience should go into a matter of consolidation and I would say trustability of our name and our experience in something which India specifically requires at the moment. We have seen whatever has happened in Delhi in this Wazirabad bridge, where we have already executed our supplies. Most of the supplies which we do are not only supplies at the moment, are specific technological packages which needs to be analyzed from the engineering and from the technology point of view together with the main contractor or the main engineering contract available and connected with us. So that automatically is a knowledge transfer. That automatically is a motivation to do things in a different way. We join hands, but we are actually join brains. So we generate a sort of platform where we give whatever foreign or other experiences have been done in the past, and we try to Indianize and make it suitable for the Indian needs in terms of cost, in terms of competitiveness, in terms of volume. Let's not forget that all the projects in India, of course, are massive in terms of volume of projects, in terms of numbers, in terms of the size of the projects itself. So you need big shoulders and big experience to handle that kind of responsibility. And we do it. I mean, we have it as of today. So I feel that, you know, the fact of the question of either we buy local or we import steel or things like that is very pertinent at the moment, because what we need to consider is that India is not a country, it's actually a continent. And in this continent, there are various cultures, there are various weather conditions, there are various needs in terms of infrastructure and mobility, all things which I've personally experienced, of course, but I mean, most of us, of course, are daily experiencing. And all these needs very, very peculiar studies and very specific studies. So now more than ever, steel producers are supposed to tie up their understanding about the kind of steel to be produced according to whatever projects are going to happen in the country. What Mr. Sharma was mentioning before about the pile sheets or about some other specific product which was specifically needed for a certain kind of building and construction is definitely maybe just a drop in the ocean compared to the whole volume of construction planned in the future, in the near future of India, but at least is a beginning. So definitely we should use that as a starting point for us to make it better and to try to, let's say, increase the portfolio of products available in India itself. Let's not forget that India is also a very, very good example of quality. In India itself, unfortunately, in most of the activities, there are lots of compromises in terms of quality or the end product delivery, in terms of timing of delivery, in terms of quality of delivery. But vice versa, whenever India is delivering for abroad, or whenever the Indian companies are expressing themselves or exposing themselves to an international platform, the level of quality achieved in India is very, very high. And the expectations is growing accordingly. So I think knowledge, brain, and volume of projects needs to be put all together in the same tray, needs to be coordinated properly. And companies like us definitely can give a certain level of big know-how in this kind of coordination by moving always towards something which is a mix between competitiveness and quickness. And let's not forget even that the time and the schedule is something essential. And in India, unfortunately, many times happens that instead the feeling of time is a bit difficult, I would say, by many companies. So this is, I mean, my speech, I conclude it now, but is very, very important. And I really underline the fact that knowledge is there, capability is there, willingness to improve is there. We need to try to put ourselves in between and give the value addition in terms of knowledge. It's not about manufacturing. It's about really giving new ideas and applications according to the specific needs of India. Thank you to everybody, by the way.
Thank you again, Mr. Esposito. And you saved my 2 minutes. You deserve an award. You know, I'm watching my watch, and if I can show you, you actually saved time.
Let's not say to everybody that you asked me to save 2 minutes, please.
Yeah, but thanks for saving my time. Thank you anyway. And you rightly pointed out the reality or the ground realities that we have for project execution in India. I remember one Lakshmi Mittal once told me that India is not capable of handling large projects. So which means actually we do not really keep that time constraint the importance it should be given.
Yeah.
You know, we need tough taskmasters like Mr. V.R. Sharma to push the projects on time. I must compliment Mr. V.R. Sharma for the hard push he gave in Angul. He was there every, I remember that was, during his first stint as Deputy Managing Director, the way he pushed the projects in Angul. Had he not been there, the projects would have been delayed and delayed and delayed. So it was really, tough taskmasters like Mr. V.R. Sharma whom we need to execute projects on time, which is very, very important. So very important in India. And I'm sure Mr. V.R. Sharma must be also training his team to ensure that, the construction of the houses that they are doing, there also the time management is given due importance. And the project.
Devila, thank you very much. I'm not a tough taskmaster. I'm a strong worker. So I work with the team, and then together we try to reach to our destination.
Because understanding of Sharma sir, very soft-spoken leader, but a firm leader and who delivers.
Exactly.
Thank you, sir.
Because it is the delivery which counts, and you have been able to deliver through your team. So I must say you must motivate your team to do that. So with that, any questions for Mr. Esposito?
I would just add that he has very rightly pointed out India needs to expand the product basket. And I think that thinking has already started during the last webinar which we had. The Indian producers were clearly told by our discussion with themselves that definitely need to the product to meet the needs of the market. Thank you, Mr. Esposito, for again complimenting India that they do have the capability of the base.
Thank you.
We will certainly work on your suggestion as it should be part of the right. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you very much to all.
Singalji, thank you so much, and thank you, Mr. Esposito. Thank you, Sharma sir. I think Mr. Yatish Kumar, Chairman and Managing Director of Braithwaite, is still in a VC, and he will be joining us a little late. So Ankit, can you find Radhika right now? Is Radhika there?
She's not there in the panel or the attend.
Yeah, I have to send her a message. She will join. So we'll move on to Mr. Shushim Banerjee. Shushim, the floor is yours.
Okay. Thank you, Nirmal. I think I must congratulate you like I have done so many times earlier also. You are doing a wonderful job in getting so many people assembled together, like-minded people, not only in India, from abroad. Now we are coming to know what others are thinking of India and how they are setting up facilities here to make the right technology transfer, which will make our construction sector becoming cost effective and competitive. Now, in my speech today, what I was thinking when I received your invitation, what to say, then I thought that let me pinpoint some of the points which our institute, the institute I have just left, Institute for Steel Development and Growth, has been doing for the last 15, 16 years, is to promote the steel concrete composite technology. Now, this technology is well developed in outside world, whether in Australia, UK, Japan, USA, Canada, and in our country, particularly in the housing sector. And in fact, that was the motive behind my question to Mr. Alzeta, whether they are also entering in the housing sector, because in our case, the building and housing sector, I am not saying for the tall building, but at large, they are so much conversant with the RCC structure. And therefore, the steel has a very limited entry in the building sector so far. Just to give you an example, like the other day, the Ministry of Housing has announced that for 1.12 crore of houses under affordable housing scheme, they will be requiring steel of 15.8 million ton. And if you divide it compared to the standard size of building which they have taken, it comes to about only 3.5 kg per square feet. Now that is the kind of steel requirement that the housing ministry is looking for. And we are simply amazed that when other countries are going ahead with so much steel intensive structure in the building area, we are so much lagging behind. Now, steel concrete composite technology, this is a very simple technology. It combines the strength of concrete in compression and the tensile strength of steel. And all these, steel and concrete both have equal thermal expansion. So there is no possibility of entering into a conflict with concrete. Concrete for basement, and steel for framing and roofing, wall, etc., cladding for wall, etc. This is the simple technology, and if this can be promoted, the 1.12 crore of houses will use at least 9 to 10 kg per square feet, and the total requirement of steel will, as against 15.8 million or 16 million ton, it will be 36 to 40 million tons of steel. Now I am asking the steel producers, Sharma ji is here, are we really planning to take forward this simple technology which all the steel producers are very much aware of to nooks and corners of this country? That is the single lacune that we are having. It's not being marketed. People are not being aware of the steel concrete composite technology, and they're very much apprehensive. You talk to any designer or architect, they are not very they are not very much aware of the use of steel. Now, the advantage of this steel technology, steel composite technology, it is basically the structural steel work is used together with concrete. For example, steel beams with concrete floor slabs. And the same applies to buildings, road bridges, where concrete decks are normally preferred. And since they have got the thermal expansion, which I have already said, this is an ideal combination of strength. Now, why we should adopt this? You may ask me. There are simple 5 advantages of this composite construction technology. First of all, this is a very fast-track construction because of using rolled steel and prefabricated or precast components rather than cast in situ concrete. And therefore, for hotels, for hospitals, where you need faster construction, even in case of buildings, you need faster construction. It gives a much higher, say about 6 months rental value you can earn if the building is completed faster. A higher stiffness of steel concrete composite construction offers design economy in multi-storied buildings. That means if you have an optimum design of materials, that itself will give you the cost will come down. And that is how INSDAQ studies have done and proved that if you have the design, composite design, optimize the use of material, and therefore it will reduce the cost. And the studies have shown that the steel concrete composite option are cost effective over RCC by about 2 to 8%. This is in direct construction cost in case of G+3 and G+6 storied building, and 8 to 10% cost advantage if you go higher, G+20 storied building. And these are facts. These are facts, and that has been proved in the study. And these books are freely available, and anybody can adopt this design. And what we have done to promote this design is that entering into a very widely awareness campaign among the government departments, development authorities, private builders, educational institutes such as IITs, NITs, and private institute of repute with civil and architectural departments to educate the future professional with basics of composite construction. Now, there are some codal provisions which are, let me complete the advantages. I have told about fast track and high stiffness of steel concrete composite, and composite action between beam and slab offers reduced beam depth than conventional RCC beam, thereby resulting in enhanced headroom. This is another big advantage, that if you go higher and higher, you get maybe one floor more, say about 40-storied building in composite construction, you get one floor more compared to conventional RCC construction. And for large span, it gives you larger column-free space than typical RCC frame. And there is another advantage, that when you encase steel beam sections, it will improve automatically the fire resistance and corrosion rather than bare steel construction. The encased steel through concrete, naturally, it improves the fire resistance property. So far as the codal provision is concerned, India is also suffering for codal provision. Adequate codal provision is not there, and that is why the technology is not very much promulgated. Like, for instance, in the old form structurals, which I think Kirby, etc., they will point it out. IS 801 for the last 7 years, it is still lying with BIS. Hopefully this year or year end, it should come out. But for the composite technology, the IS codes are IS 800, which is the limit state method design code. And INSDAG has been instrumental in, along with IIT Madras and other professional institutes, Construma and others. We have trained about more than 7,000 professionals, consultants, final year engineering students in this IS 800 code. And INSDAG was also instrumental in drafting the basic code of IS 11384. This has just been published by BIS, and this is a revision of the old code, and this will facilitate the construction method and construction's rules, regulations of steel, concrete, composite technology. There is another advantage of steel. Steel is not being used only with concrete. Steel with glass for architectural facades, it is very ideal. Steel with aluminium, same for architectural facades as well as inside walls. Steel with gypsum board and lightweight concrete, structural and architectural cases, walls and roof panels. However, in this area, there are some limitations. The first limitation is that there is a non-availability and short supply of skilled workers. This is a perennial problem, and if you ask any of the masons or small contractors, they're very much used in handling RCC structures, but not very much familiar or very keen to handle steel-based structures. Only few quality fabricators with quality fabrication equipment are available. There is also a limitation on availability of range and grade of rolled size. There is a lack of maintenance. It may lead to cracks, and when there is a crack in the composite structure, the cracks will seep into the structure, and therefore unwanted corrosion of the embedded sheet. And there is a good requirement of adequate safety practices, and if it is not done, then it may lead to accidents, as composite construction entails dealing with loose parts and prefabricated precast sections. Now, in another area, coming to the infrastructure, the roadways like MOT, they have told us that there is no standard design available for steel, and therefore use of steel in road bridges, ROBs, are very little. Now, with the behest of the Ministry of Steel, INSDAG has come forward, and there is a big committee has been formed with IIT Roorkee, and IIT Bombay is also there. MOT chief engineer is also there. Now, the design is now being made for steel concrete composite design for 30-meter span bridge with width 13.5 meter, 13.75 meter, 15.10, 17 meter, 17.5, 21.25. That means norms for 4-lane, 6-lane and expressways. And this will take another 6 months time. So once these designs are available with the road ministry, it will be incumbent on them to promote the EPC contractor to utilize this steel concrete technology bridge. And there is a huge potential. Just imagine 2 lakh kilometers of national highways, and there is a IRC rule is there that every 5 kilometers there has to be a road overbridge. So that means 40,000 road overbridges are needed, and each bridge requires, out of the steel concrete composite technology, about between 800 to 900 tons of steel. So 36 to 40 million tons of steel will be required if you have the ROBs made of steel concrete composite technology. That is the kind of potential. And the first set of drawing and design for 13.5 meter has already been submitted to MoRTH. There is another area. Yesterday there was another webinar where the
time is exceeding.
Hello.
Manage your time.
Time.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So I'll just conclude it here, saying that in road also there is a huge potential for continuously reinforced concrete pavement against the pavement quality concrete. And if you use that, where China is using 700 tons of steel per kilometer of roads, we are using 270 tons of steel per kilometer of road. What I am saying, steel concrete composite technology will enable Indian steel industry to utilize their huge potential of steel-based structure in building as well as in infrastructure. Thank you very much. If there is any question, please. I'm sorry, I have exceeded the time. Single, I'm very sorry.
Not at all, sir. With your permission, I am posing some questions to Sushil, sir. Sir, you have very rightly pointed out that there is a shortage of skilled manpower, and also the extended life like costing devices design codes are not available to the builders. That is why they are using more of concrete. Another thing which you have very rightly touched upon, that the number, the kind of the tonnage of steel which is being used for 158 for 1.12 crore houses. The reason being, we have discussed with Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs. You were also present in that meeting on 24th of February, where they pointed out that there are certain the codes are not available for from steel, and the popularity of the steel among the buyers, among the house builders. So it is for the steel community. It is for the steel producers. They have to build a steel ecosystem. The Honorable Minister, Mr. Hardeep Puri, in his speech, mentioned the last time that steel producers have to, steel industry has to come forward to create an ecosystem. That ecosystem is required, and for that, the steel industry needs to work together. And I must say, ISTAG has been trying very hard for the composite technology. I think though you have gone, but the people who are there, we will request them to continue in that direction.
Okay. Thank you. There are 2-3 points I wanted to mention, maybe later on if the time permits, about the what Sridhar was mentioning about steel use in grain silos. What Nirmalo has said initially about that was the steel beams, storage beams, and storage beams made out of galvanized sheets is widely prevalent in Midnapur district and south West Bengal, as well as in UP, whole UP, and Rajasthan and Odisha. All households, they are using the storage being made of galvanized. But what Sridhar had mentioned and what Sabyasachi was mentioning, that is the big grain silos for storing 1,500 tons and above, 2,500 tons of food grains. And for that, it is a mechanical requirement rather than a special grade galvanized sheet, maybe E450 grade.
With a zinc coating of 500 grams and all that.
500, yeah, that is. So that's all. And another potential area which was left out, I think Sabyasachi has mentioned about steel crash barriers. And now steel crash barrier is being widely used in India. And if you happen to travel through national highways, except few stretch of road, there are crash barriers are being used. It has to be, the use has to be enhanced in multiple times. Only then the more steel use will be there. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Sushilta. Thank you so much. Ankit, can you see Radhika? Yeah, I can see Radhika. Radhika, am I audible? Radhika, can you unmute yourself?
I think she's still connecting.
Okay. In the meantime, let my good friend Sridhar, my old friend Sridhar, go on and Sridhar has been there. Hi, Radhika.
Hi. Sorry,
am I audible?
Yeah, very much audible. My internet, it just, I lost it for a minute or two. So I'm back again now.
Okay. So just after Sridhar, you can continue because we missed you. You were scheduled before Mr. Banerjee. But because you got a little delayed. So
I'm preparing for another board meeting, which is going to start in some time. So I'm a bit rushed.
Okay. Okay.
So
Then
after Mr. Sridhar is fine. Absolutely fine.
So Sridhar is an old friend. I can keep him waiting for 10 minutes.
No, please, Mr. Sridhar, please.
Yeah. Okay. Sridhar, unless you believe ladies first, you are the one to go.
Your choice. Anything is okay.
No.
Yeah, Mr. Sridhar, I insist you speak first.
Okay, fine.
Because Radhika is junior to you in this field.
Yes, yes.
I remember Radhika when initially SPSL unit was taken over by the then SR Steel. So Sridhar was the first one who gave the presentation to us. So my connection with Sridhar goes back to the days when actually this unit was taken over by SR from Sri Coated Steel, from the Ajmera group. So Sridhar is a veteran in this field. Let Sridhar begin. The floor is yours, Sridhar.
Okay. Good afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Mukherjee. And again, it's an honor to be a co-panelist along with iconic figures like Mr. V.R. Sharma. I would say after ArcelorMittal Nippon Steel's takeover of SR Steel, we are running now to 80 to 85% capacity utilization and about 7.5 to 8 million tons. And in that, what I'm in charge of is a downstream coated, which is about 2.5 million tons, and this is one of the largest in the country. And this, we also have an Indonesian subsidiary, which also is part of my portfolio. Having said that, in this 2.5 million tons, the topic which I'm given is the color-coated sheets. Here we have about 750 to 800,000. Again, one of the largest in the country of color-coated. See, I took over this unit as a CEO about 6 years back. At that time, we were struggling to sell 15 to 16,000 tons of color-coated per month. Today, we are selling 60 to 65,000 tons a month, and still we are not able to serve the market fully, which means the market has grown exponentially. About 15 to 16% is CAGR growth in the color-coated steel, which means it has taken on very dynamically. Having said that, we have been pioneering some interesting, innovative end uses. Like, for example, especially during these times, antibacterial coatings, in color-coated. So that we have, propagated in a big way. And we are also exporting it worldwide. We are into almost 80 to 100 countries in terms of export. And I remember we have recently exported this antibacterial, PPG color-coated to Qatar as well. And then again, we are also into something called a biomimicry, steel imitating nature, like wood finish, marble finish. These are some of the interesting, innovative end uses which we are into. And in a country like India, which is a lot of graffiti on the walls, we have anti-graffiti, anti-dirt paints as well. So these are some of the end uses which we are promoting in a big way. Then again, a country like India, which is hot and humid, now we are also promoting cool roofs, as we call it. Now this leads to temperature drop of about 3 to 4 degrees centigrade. We have, paints which reflect away heat. So these are some very popular, SKUs which we are promoting, and a lot of demand in the country is growing. Then again, during these COVID times, there is a lot of demand for clean rooms for hospitals and pharmaceuticals and all that. So we are also into this area. Then again, there is an interesting end use, which we are the only company which have done it, which is a zebra coating. Which has got black and white both together, in a one single coil. Now, as you know, this sort of combination in nature helps convection, of air currents, and this brings down the temperature. So zebra has this mechanism to insulate itself in the African jungles and all that. So it is again nature imitating, rather steel imitating nature. So these are some of the things which we have done it, and we are doing it in a big way. And India is also emerging as a hotspot for all these interesting end users. Then again, toilets, which our Prime Minister has sort of canvassed in a big way. So we are, supplying material for toilets, and you would say every third of the out of 10 toilets in the country, every third or fourth will be made out of our steel in a way. Then again, we all the railway stations in the country which were using till now what we call it as asbestos sheets and all, we are supplying color coated for railway stations. I remember about 10 years back we were in a conference with Mr. V.R. Sharma. He was saying make India colorful. So this is one area where we are making India colorful. We are also into low cost housing. In fact, we are building a prototype and soon we would be launching it. Then to earlier things, what I was mentioning, that grain silos. India is one of the largest producers of food grains, but let's say 10 to 11 million tons rot away because for want of good storage, storage facilities. So as we said, about 500 GSM to 600 GSM galvanized sheets which go into this. It's a high coating. And we in AMNS are capable of producing, and we are doing it. As you know, apart from the Pune unit, we also have Uttam Galva, which we are running on conversion basis. Eventually, in a period of time, it could be taken over. Having said that, we are producing this high density, or what should I say, high coating material from Uttam Galva. And then again, we also have this, thanks to our dynamic minister, Mr. Nitin Gadkari, we are constructing roadways at the rate of 40 kilometers a day. And as Mr. Sushim Banerjee was mentioning, every 5 kilometers there is a petrol canopy. Now, all these use color-coated steel. So the usage of color-coated steel has become a big thing because of all this. Then again, our Prime Minister's battle cry, that is housing for all, Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana. By 2022, we will have 20 million houses being built in 2,508 cities in 26 states. This again is a big demand boost for galvanized sheets. Then again, we have this, solar in a big way, which is coming 175 gigawatts, which is going to come up by 2022. And coal based power projects are now declining. 50 solar parks of 40 gigawatts each. A total combination of 44 gigawatts is coming up. All these use galvanized in a big way. So these are some of the end users where we have been at the forefront as a company, and we are pioneering the usage of steel in the country, especially this coated steel, where the per capita density is about 8 to 10 kgs, which is one of the lowest in the world, and color coated steel more so, about 3 to 4 kgs. So here is one area where we are trying to push in a big way. The total color coated capacity in the country is 3.6 million tons, in which the production is only 2.6 million tons. So the capacity utilization has to grow in a big way. So we, as I mentioned earlier, 60% of the market share in the color coated, in the pre-painted galvanized segment, not pre-painted galvanum, where even JSW is in a big player. In the pre-painted galvanized segment, we have 60% market share. So this is one of the largest, company which is promoting this. And we are at the forefront of making India colorful and promoting the usage of steel, especially coated steel, which is anti-corrosive, anti-rust, etc. in various places. Then we have this false ceiling in the country, which is growing up in a big way. Wave Suspension, Armstrong, Knauf, these are some of the companies which are at the forefront, and they're doing a great job. So they are some of the customers. Some of our other customers like Kirby and all that are in this panel, and all of them are promoting the steel in usage in a big way, and we are the primary suppliers to all of these people. I would end it here. Recently, we have started with the granite finish. That is to say, for buildings where granite is used. So this again is steel imitating nature. So I can go on and on and on. I will end it here with this. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sridhar. Thank you. I would now request Mr. Singhal to invite Radhika Markan, Managing Director of H&K Rolling Mill Engineers. And, again, with the Markan family, my relationship goes back to more than 20 years. With Radhika's father, Mr. Markan, Mr. Rajkumar Markan, whom I have known since I began my magazine. From day one, her father has been supportive, and he was perhaps the only one who has given me advertisements non-stop. for the last 22 years. So the legacy of the Markan family is like a part of my family. So with that, I request Singalji to request Radhika to.
1 minute to tell Mr. Sridhar. Mr. Sridhar, Mr. Sridhar, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
And your idea about the product development, the steel industry, I find need to reinvent the zebra kind of steel. I have not seen anywhere in there. There's no communication from your side. But very few people know what the zebra coating steel we have brought out.
We have started this. It will catch on now.
I am a very fast reader of catching of steel news. I read myself from doing the steel news among the first. So I think I did not notice. I might have seen on your website, but it should be promoted. And I think the steel industry needs to reinvent to bacterial and other kind of steel which you have said. And I think nobody better than Ms. Radhika after you to talk about the technology. So Ms. Radhika, now request you to come and address. And you may probably not know me. Of course, I was also not dealing with your company in 1986, but I was in Durgapur Steel Plant, working with managing director at that time. And you were among the first, I think Durgapur Steel Plant was one of the first to take your TFT. And by 94, we used to talk very profusely about TFT to others and everybody. But my boss went to very damn to promote the steel. So please, now the floor is yours.
I can't hear you very well, sir.
Oh, so I was in Durgapur Steel Plant when your TFT was supplied.
Okay.
And we were first to talk about
yes.
the outsiders.
1991. Correct, sir. So, in fact, today I'm going to tell a very short story about how rebars evolved in India. And it does include Durgapur as an example in that short story. So we go back to 1970s actually, when CTD bars were, I mean, it all started in 1970s when CTD bars were introduced to India, to the Indian steel industry, to the Indian construction industry. And it was pitched as a revolutionary product, CTD bars. In 1980s, our chairman and my father, somebody maybe you interacted with when Thermex was being commissioned in Durgapur Steel Plant, our chairman, Mr. Markan, he had to visit Germany frequently because of the German collaboration with HNK Germany. Now, in 1980s, he saw in Germany that Germany was not using any CTD bars. So he inquired and he asked, and he was informed that Germany as well as Europe had stopped the use of CTD bars in early 1970s. So he found that a bit strange that in 70s it is promoted as a revolutionary product in India, whereas in all of Europe, CTD bars have been banned for usage in construction industry. So he wanted to know why, and he was informed and he was told the CTD bars have inherent poor properties. And what are these properties? The yield strength is between 400 and 460, so not very good. Elongation is between 12 and 14.5%, also not very good. Besides, you have rapid corrosion because of, coal working on the rebars, the torsional stresses. So clearly, CTD bars were not able to fulfill the demand of the civil engineering and construction industry, which very simply put was 500 grade rebar or 500 yield strength rebar with high ductility and good weldability and no rapid corrosion. But in India, CTD bars or TOR steel as we knew it then had a free run. In fact, in 1979, in 1970s, CTD bar was stopped in Europe, but in 1979, a special CTD bar code was introduced in India. It was called 1786, 1979, cold twisted deform bars. So we had this special code introduced for CTD bars in India in 1979. And there was already an existing code, 1139/1966, which primarily concerned itself with 250 and 350 grade rebars, essentially plain rounds. So at one point in time in India, you had 2 codes and 5 grades. You had under the existing code, you had 2 grades, 250 and 350. Then you had the new code, CTD bar code, under which you had 3 new grades, 415, 500 and 550. 2 codes, 5 grades at the same time. So India, the authorities, the experts at the time decided we will consolidate. They got rid of the old code 1139, which essentially was concerned with plain rounds, simply because those bars were 250 and 350. And by then CTD bars had been introduced, which were giving a yield strength of 400 plus. And everybody wanted higher strength bars. So 250, 350 ka jada demand nahi tha. So that got scrapped. Then we were left with the CTD bar code. That also got scrapped. And in its place came another code called 1786/1985. This was introduced in 1985. It still had the 3 grades of bars, 415, 500 and 550. But this new code was introduced keeping in mind the technological developments across the world. Now, what were these technological developments across the world? I said a minute ago that in 1970s, CTD bars were stopped in Europe. So they needed another process or another product, right? They came up with thermoprocesses. 2 thermoprocesses were notable at the time. One was developed in East Germany, the other on the other side of the wall. One was called Thermex, the other was called Temco. So the special CTD bar code was scrapped. In its place came 1786/1985, which took into account these new technological developments, these thermoprocesses, which is Thermex and Temco.
Radhika, just a second. May I request Ankit to share the screen for Radhika's PPT?
Yes, please.
Yes, of course.
The PPT on the rebar code. I mean, on the QS,
yes.
on the rebar code.
Yes.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
as you can see on the extreme left-hand side was the old code which I spoke about, which is 1139, which essentially was concerning plain round steels. So you had grades 250 and 350. Then in 1979, a special CTD bar code was introduced in India, which was 1786/1979. There were 2 codes prevalent in India at that time. And then in its wisdom, the authorities and experts came up with 1786/1985, removing the earlier 2 codes. The 1985 code, which was brought in to take into account the new technological developments, had the 3 grades, 415, 500 and 550. But there was one problem. And the problem was on ground, CTD bars were still being made enormously. And the elongation value of the CTD bars, like I said, was a bit truncated. It was 12 to 14.5%. So the code, although it mentioned that we are taking into account the new thermoprocesses developed in Europe, the elongation values that it put on paper were still those that were being easily delivered by CTD bars, which was something which was less than 14.5%. Now this was the problem, because the other code 13920 very categorically said that India, 60% of India, which comes in seismic zones 3, 4 and 5, you need rebars of very high ductility, which means high elongation values, high stress ratio values. But the code, which was, let's say, influenced by on-ground results of CTD bars, had restricted the elongation values to 14.5% and less. So in this code, you had a grade 415 with elongation of 14.5%. And as you went higher up in the grade, when you reach 500 grade, the elongation naturally came down to around 12%. And then for 550 grade, it came down to around 8-9%. So in a way, although this new code talked about the thermo processes in Europe, it used the elongation values which were available through production of CTD bars in India. And that is why 415 continued to be the one which was most prevalently used. It continued to become a norm and standard in RCC works, and 500 and 550 grade rebars were not used because, like I said, 60% of India is in seismic zones 3, 4, 5. Now, this happened in 1985. In 1992, Mr. Singhal was talking about, Thermex was introduced in Durgapur steel plant in 1991, and I think commissioning happened between 1991 and 1992. And India got its first 500 grade rebar, not with elongation of 12%, which was written in the code, but elongation between 18 to 25%. This early success led to another primary steel producer, Bhilai Steel Plant, installing Thermex in its mill, in its merchant mill.
Radhika, you have 1 minute.
Yeah, this is now my last point. Yet again, these products, 500 grade and 550 grade, although being produced in Durgapur and Bhilai, could not be sold because of the code restrictions. So finally, India took more than a decade to catch up in amending its code. In 2002, the code 13920 was amended, and it said 500 grade rebars, 550 grade rebars can be used in seismic zones provided the elongation is equal to or exceeding 14.5%. This was aptly demonstrated in Durgapur and Bhilai steel plant, but they also had to wait for a decade till the code was amended. And when it was amended in 2002, thermo processing as a norm took off in a big way in India, and CTD bars started getting, the proportion of CTD bars used in construction started getting reduced. That is demonstrated by the red line that you see on the chart on your right-hand side. Today we are in 2020, and I have said this before at one of the webinars, we are at more than 400 Thermex installations. So, we have moved and evolved as far as rebar codes are concerned in India. My last point, Nirmala, after this long wait and after our trial and tribulations, today we do know that for the basic properties of rebars in seismic zone is simply this, just one point: high ductility irrespective of strength. Whatever be the yield strength, the ductility has to be high. This is suitably demonstrated in all the international codes. And India also is moving in that direction. So that is all I wanted to share. I'm sorry I was not available 20 minutes ago. I have a board meeting and I was busy preparing for that. So my apologies, please.
Thank you so much, Radhika. And as you,
thank you for your understanding.
Yeah, and not only that, I knew that you are already there as a speaker for 19. So this was a last minute thing that you came to know that you have to join on 12th itself. In spite of that, the fact that you kept your brother's request, I'm really grateful for that, Radhika. And let me
thank you so much, Nirmala. You are very, very supportive of the HNK family from the time it was founded to the new generation, the younger generation, me and my brother. We are extremely grateful to have somebody like you always guiding and supporting us. Really, it means a lot.
Nirmal,
just...
Nirmal, can I put a question?
Yeah, Shushita, please.
This is not a question, Radhika ji. This is just a comment. Very nicely you have explained that history of, FE 415, 500 and 550. But the main reason, I think, because that time in early 2000, 1999, 98, when actually the construction activity was taking a shape in India, there was a dearth of producers producing 500 and 550 grade. So when we contacted from SAIL, that time we were regularly contacting their defense people for their house for marriage accommodation housing, and where they were not willing to change FE 415 in spite of our big, points against it. But what they said that you cannot, these main producers, handful of main producers cannot meet the total all India demand. So you cannot put stop of FE 415. You can imagine, and that was a fact. You can also check up how many orders did you get for Thermax in way back in 2000, and what the kind of orders that you are getting now. Your hands are full now, because more and more people are disbanding FE 415 and they are now coming forward. And now the total availability of all steel producers have gone up. That time, there was really a dearth of producer producing 500 and 550. So that was also another reason why BIS did not, totally withdrew the FE 415 from IS 1786 ductile grade. That was the reason. So I thought I'd just supplement.
Please, sir, I mean, I'm very thankful to you. You shared this to me, because at that time I wasn't working. I was probably studying at that time. But what I did want to say was that had the code been amended a little earlier, sir, do you think that more manufacturers then would have openly accepted this new concept of thermoprocessing?
Definitely.
Because when the code, what at HNK, what my father experienced, I wasn't working then, was that when the code got amended in 2002, in March 2002, and it allowed for FE 500 and 550 to be used in seismic zones, then even the secondary sector came forward and said, we want to adopt this technology. Thermax really took off, 2002 onwards.
Yeah. But prior to that, there was a dearth of.
There were two primary producers, Bhilai and Durgapur first, and then Bhilai Steel Plant. Yes.
RINL came much later. Of course, RINL was there. 1994, they were there. But CTD bar was very much in use that time, because of the sheer dearth of availability of FE 500.
Exactly, sir. And in fact, the point was that in 1970s, when Europe, which introduced and patented CTD bars, got rid of CTD bars, but CTD bars had an unstoppable run in India, 70s, 80s, and even 90s. So, but now we all know it is thermoprocessing all the way.
Yeah. Hopefully, in another 10 years' time, we will be using FE 600 and FE 700. Because FE 700 is regular in use in Japan. They don't use any other grade other than FE 700. We are way behind it, but FE 600 is now available. Tata Steel has made, SAIL has made. I think JSW in the Salem plant also will be making.
Yeah. So, in fact, we got an order for FE 700 last year. It's a group based in Chennai called Kamachi Industries. Kamachi in Chennai, Tamil Nadu. They have placed an order on us for FE 700. We have that order, but currently it's not been commissioned because they said our market down south is taking time to change and accept 700. So West Bengal, I find that many of our clients in West Bengal have already upgraded their Thermax systems, which was provided to them many years ago for 500 and 550. They have upgraded it to 600. Now some have upgraded it to 650 also. Because you see, with SAIL leading the way and saying we make 600 grade bars, 650 grade bars, West Bengal has to compete. So then they come to us, and a lot of the orders that we get are upgradation orders also.
Good. That is how technology should function. Okay, Nirmal, that's all.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Subrata,
Sorry, Nirmala, if I took your time.
yeah, no problem. Any other questions that anyone would like to ask? Subodha or Subrata?
No, it's wonderfully described the transformation from CTD to this. Nothing more to ask. It is a beautiful presentation.
I have a couple of questions. This is Gopala Krishnan, Director, Central Building Research Institute.
Yes, sir.
It's nice hearing you, Radhika, as well as Sushimda.
Thank you.
I have a couple of points. I think we need to graduate with reinforced concrete, reinforced by not just these bars. We need to move on with even these hot rolled sections getting into the concrete totally. And what we have seen is some very wonderful results coming out of that. So FE 500 is fair enough. FE 700 also is okay. But if we could do some tests and prove that, because when you have what is called as an equally reinforced section, you actually deal away with, you make the concrete invariant. You make the strength of the concrete invariant. That's a basic theory. So when you go with that and then see that the joints perform very well, Nirmala ji and Sushim Banerjee, I'm trying to tell that if we take care of the thing, all the heavy steel can as well get into concrete, and we can have a very, very good combination of the hybridization happening there. That's my only point. Thank you.
In fact, sir, I'm a member of American Concrete Institute. I was, a past president at one stage 2 years ago, and I was as a office bearer and a holder of a position with ACI, which brings a lot of the new technologies from America into India. We got access to a lot of this new research and development, which on many occasions talked about having RCC, but not using the traditional steel rebars, but using some other product. And if I can have your email ID, sir, I can share some of that with you.
Thank you.
Radhika, I'll share Dr. Gopala Krishnan's
In fact, I think you have a speaker, Mr. Kaustubh Raiker, on your panel. He's also a member of ACI, American Concrete Institute India chapter. And he can probably talk about it because they have done a lot of iconic projects not using the traditional rebar.
Kaustubh, any comments from you, please?
Yeah, I mean, currently what we are doing is a lot of heritage structures where we are using brass as a connector or as a steel, steel replacement over there, and to join the two stone connections. Also, in a lot of projects where our iconic projects, we have shifted to using stainless steel rebars, which prove to be, with the coastline of India, the corrosion levels are very high, and so to avoid corrosion and to increase the lifespan of the structure in RCC component, we have shifted to stainless steel reinforcement in many projects today, for infrastructure also, and for heritage projects where the lifespan of the structure is expected to be 100 years plus.
The cost must have gone up.
Yeah,
Yes.
cost has gone up. So that was my actually thought in my submission, that we would have to look at a saving option in the stainless steel version of rebars also. We'll have to get in a cost economics in the stainless steel reinforced segment.
So this is where one of the things that can be thought about, usage of or converting the weather resistant steels. There are various weather resistant grades which have not been used in the rebar technology as such. Similar strength levels can be obtained and can be a very good replacement for stainless steel rebars. I don't know of anybody using it at this point, but this is something that can be thought about.
I think Tata Steel already has a special grade, the corrosion resistant grade. Subrata, would you like to add anything? Or Mr. Pankaj Ojha from Tata Steel, would you like to add anything to it, Mr. Ojha? Mr. Ojha, if you can hear me?
Yes, he is right, man. Yes.
Yeah, hi. I can hear you. Yeah, definitely we have a corrosion resistant steel. Probably when I speak, I can talk more about it. Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Ojha. Yeah. And thank you, Radhika. Because of you, Mr. Riker is here with us today. Had it not been you, I got introduced to Mr. Chetan Riker through you only in your first, TRMA conference which you did in Bombay at the Tajlands, and that was the time, perhaps I got introduced. So thanks to you that, the fact that you recommended Mr. Riker, that he's here with us today. So
in fact, Nirmala, just one point, Kaustubh Riker's father, Mr. Ramesh Riker, is a very, very noted engineer in India. He was on all the boards and committees of the Indian government, Maharashtra government, for rehabilitation of structures, good structural design. And he and HNK India did a series of seminars in between the period when Durgapur Steel Plant introduced Thermex and the code was amended in 2002. And thereafter also a series of seminars talking about the good properties of a thermoprocessed rebars vis-a-vis a CTD bar. So we are also very thankful to Kaustubh's father, Mr. Ramesh Riker, who helped us in this growth, in this journey.
Great. So it's again the Riker legacy which has taken us forward. So I think we'll have a lot to hear from him when he speaks. And thank you, Radhika. I won't hold you for long. I know you have to leave. So we'll move on to our next speaker, which is Mr. Dr. N. Gopal Krishnan. He is the director of Central Building Research Institute, which is a part of Council for Scientific and Industrial Research, CSIR, under Ministry of Science and Technology, Government of India.
Yeah.
So,
thank you, Nirmal.
Thank you, Nirmal.
No introductions. No introduction. I will only flag 3 or 4 or 5 points at best, and then make you understand that what is the missing one. I was happy to hear what Sushinda was trying to cover. One of the key points that attracted my attention was low-cost housing being projected by ArcelorMittal with Dr. Sridhar. Fair enough. And I only hear only thing. My only connectivity to steel with this, I have wonderful classes taken by my guru, Dr. VK, Dr. Kalandraman at IIT Madras, quite long time back. And very, very ironically, one of the assignments that was given to me by him and Professor Srinivas Rao was on CTD bars. I remember 2.5 decades back, or maybe more than that, I used to give a seminar on CTD bars. Nevertheless, coming back to that, I will list 2 or 3 things which we need to. Let's not take that concrete is a taboo. We need to hybridize right now. There are wonderful things that have come on the way. I will tell some of you maybe knowing buckling restraint braces. One of the interesting retrofit methodologies where you totally knock out the buckling from the concrete. BRB need to be introduced as a braces, and then you remove the taboo. There are 4 taboos on steel. One is fire, corrosion, some of you addressed, then fatigue and the stress intensity factor and the fatigue and all those things, cyclic loads. Then what else? I think I try to write 4 points. I'm not getting. So there are 3 or 4 points which are the cursors on the steel. And then we need to take it off from the steel and make a hybridized combination with concrete. What has helped us in all these years is BRB, concrete infilled steel tubes, and the heavy rolled section in the concrete. We need to do some research on that, including the panel zone shear failure and all those things and how the joints fail. That's very important. I have a couple of points. I will tell you. One of the things that may come in the urban area for you is affordable rental housing scheme, which you need to concentrate very well now. ERHC, you have quite a large number of documents available in Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs, and then we need to resort to that. Now, even the renting for staying back, all those workers who are moving away and who are driving our economy from wherever they are, Assam, Bihar, Bengal, and all those places need to be pulled back. That is very important. Then vertical farming in urban areas using steel structures is one thing that we need to do. Then the mechanized parking, as Japanese have been trying to do, we need to do. then I'm not telling you a grand plan or a grand challenge for you. PMAOIG, where we are consistently missing. Prime Minister's Awas Yojana Gramin, where we are consistently missing. We can't be telling that we can only be this cost. We can't be reaching the cost of this. You need to be competing with even bamboo all the way. So please do that. We will work together on all your testing. Then I'm very aghast to mention that out of the 6 or 7 lighthouse projects, only one is steel. One is a 3D volume concreting, another one is a precast concreting, precast elements, and another one is some sandwich panels or something like this. And then I'm trying to recollect, stay in place formwork, so on and so forth, but only one is. So you need to better push through our lobbying or whatever you are trying to do, such that the steel rightly enters the market, that which we are missing. So these are all the things that I would like to tell. And somebody was mentioning about green steel. Green steel is something where we need to bat, and such that the last mile connectivity for the concreting, when we send the CND waste, I need to waste a lot of energy in recycling this CND form and make the whole cycle come cradle to cradle or cradle to whatever you call. So the whole cradle to cradle concept has to come only when the last mile connectivity comes, and then you need to necessarily go for steel and the lead rating and other things. So this is all that I would like to tell. And I'm very happy to see that a lot of things have been already told here, like solar projects, then granite finish with steel, wonderful. And we would get to hear from you more. All the best. We would support you in all your research activities. All the best. Thank you very much. I am done.
Thank you, sir. You have raised very valid points regarding the technological aspect. Nobody will challenge you. You are one of the top ones. You have raised all the relevant technological points also. Your issue about the popularizing the steel is very much on the agenda of the producer. So they have to focus on this. They have to also create an ecosystem so that steel can become popular. Now, we would like to invite our next speaker, Shri Pankaj Ujan from Tata Steel. I think he will enlighten us about the ecosystem. Tata has done a lot of work in this area. So I expect him to explain on the ecosystem and other new things which is coming.
Thank you, Mr. Singhal, and good evening to everyone. While we have several experts over here who have discussed about the merits of steel and various initiatives that have been taken, probably what I will do, I will just touch upon what are from the ecosystem perspective, or what needs to be done at grassroots level to spread this. And before I come to that, I will quickly touch upon what are the key areas where Tata Steel has been involved to promote steel-based construction across India. We have one of our initiatives, what we call Nestin Solution. This is a steel-based modular construction, which we provide to most of the companies, largely in the CSR area, but also where faster construction is required. Just to give an example, during this COVID period, there was a requirement of a 550-bed hospital. On a short notice, 50 to 60 days, it has to be constructed. And it was done by this Nestin Solution. It was done in Kerala. And it was handed over in a timely period, just because it was a steel-based construction, and we didn't go for a RCC-based construction. So that is one. There are many other areas where we have been trying to impart knowledge or create awareness, especially in the area of steel hollow sections. The another area, what we call, which Tata Steel has branded as Tiscon Ready Build. This is a ready-to-use steel. So, for example, traditionally the practice in India is to buy straight 40-feet rebars and then use cut and bend and use it for construction. But largely, whatever steel that is bought in the industry is cut, bent, processed, and then it is used. See, this leads to lots of wastage either in the freight carrying or at the site or movement of material. So over on a life cycle basis, there is good loss of money on the table. So this is one area where Tata Steel has been working for last 10 years. This is just to simplify the procurement process of the companies. One of the another initiative is the steel wire fabric for construction. So I'm not talking about TMT mesh, but these are the welded mesh which is made from cold drawn wires. These support activities or construction technologies such as Myven technology, and there are such other technologies where it can be used. And there are in this area, most of the companies or developers are gradually adopting. While I would still say it is at a very nascent stage, but going forward, this is one area where industry would adopt for faster construction. Having said so, I would like to stress on three factors. Number one is the policy, number two on awareness, and number three on training and capability. While it is good to talk, steel is very important. It has got some wonderful features in terms of recyclability on many other properties. But when we go at grassroots or the rural level, we do not have masons who are trained on doing construction basis flat road. I'm saying flat steel and not TMT per se. These guys don't know the knowledge on welding of these rebars. People mostly are not aware. The capability of local designers who are at I say tier 3 or tier 4 kind of cities, where to design on the basis of flat product, possibly they are not aware, because during their curriculum they would have not learned how to do construction basis steel. So this is one area where of course there is a need that we should create this knowledge or awareness. I know INSDAG has done lots of work in this area to create awareness and provided support to many such people in the tier 3, tier 4 cities. But this is one area on training and capability building is required most. On the policy front, no matter how much we say, it can be replaced. I'm largely talking about flat product steel, but still India as a country, we are obsessed with rebar based construction. Now, why rebar based construction? Probably it is cheaper compared to doing flat product based construction. Why cheaper? Probably when government, the GFR, the financial team, when they look at it, they go for L1 based tendering. And when they go for L1 based tendering, of course, companies will look at these options, basically RCC based construction, and they will go ahead and pitch for that, because the developers or the government is looking only from the perspective of the cost, not from the life cycle construction basis. So there is definitely a need for change in the policy. Again, as I know, together with the help of INSDAG, there is a team of companies who are working in this area to create more awareness, and so that it can be changed. Even if you look at the national steel policy, it also talks about the government or the concerned department may choose, and I stress the word may. It does not mandate that it has to be on the life cycle basing. So it leaves the answer on an open-ended basis. So hence, on the basis of policy also, there's a need for to revisit and look at this particular thing. And again, lastly, purely when the capability training and the awareness or linked. See, typical mentality, if you go for housing construction to anyone in a rural or a semi-urban space, when they look at a steel-based construction and then see probably a drywall technology or some other technology, they are not used to it. They are used to bricks, such kind of a thing. So that sensitization to people, it will take probably some more time to create that awareness, but it is required. It is required on ground. So probably I will not talk much on this subject, but definitely I think if we do more on the grassroots level, bottom up approach, then this is going to be the way of working going forward, probably in 5 to 7 years, probably in a decade's time, but it will take time. Yeah, that's all from my side. Thank you so much.
You mentioned about the cost, but Mr. Sushil Banerjee, before you said that composite construction is cheaper. So why don't you promote that?
No, so I agree. So what happened? So when Mr. Sushil Banerjee said, he said from a complete life cycle perspective. But
no,
when
he talked about even the building cost, he has promoted that about 7 to 8% the cost was cheaper in some Bombay project.
Together with Mr. Sushil Banerjee and World Steel Association, we have done several such discussion and exercise. We have also engaged with L&T, who is the largest construction player in India. We have looked at the data. So if you look from the upfront cost basis, and maybe Mr. Sushil Banerjee can pitch and he can talk about it. On the upfront cost basis, definitely it looks, but if you look from the lower maintenance, the longevity, the many other angles, if you look from that perspective, the overall cost is cheaper. But on the upfront cost basis, the steel-based construction is definitely costlier. And we have, Tata Steel has directly engaged with L&T. We have studied a couple of projects. We have tried to do that on an upfront basis, definitely looks costlier compared to the life cycle basis. Maybe I would request Mr. Sushim Banerjee to probably add on to it if he has a different view.
Sir, you are around, Sushim Banerjee, sir?
I think Sushim, he is not here. He has left his seat. Yeah.
I'll share with you a brochure which they have brought out. I'll send the brochure to you. And mail ID I will take from Himachal.
Sure.
Yeah, Rakesh ji, there is one issue with your audio. Can you
I removed that.
Acha, you removed that. In spite of that, there is just now there was a comment from Dr. Gopal Krishnan that your audio is not very clear. A little while ago, there was someone else who was mentioning about your audio. Maybe some issues with you. Anyway, we will manage with that. Hope we can do. Yeah. With that, we'll move on to our next speaker, Mr. Srikumar Balasubramaniam, who is the Director Sales and Marketing of Zamil Steel India. Again, Zamil Steel is someone who's been, which we were working very closely with, especially with Mr. Alokesh Roy for last couple of webinars. He was with us, and today his Director of Sales, Mr. Srikumar Balasubramanian, will be sharing his thoughts on Zamil Steel Building, which has done a fabulous amount of construction work in the housing sector in particular. Over to you, Srikumar.
Good evening, everybody. Can I share a presentation, Nirmala?
Yeah, please use the share screen option.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes, so I will start off for people who have joined late about the company. We are Zamil Steel. We are a company which has got around 12 production units across Middle East, Asia, Southeast Asia and Africa. Majorly into steel buildings, structural steel, towers and galvanizing, and process equipment and pressure vessels as well. So in a way, we are a very large steel fabricator. We produce around 500,000 tons of steel every year. So that's the kind of steel fabrication which we do, around 5 lakh tons for the Indian audience. Let me put it that way. And as far as the what you call steel fabrication capacity of our Pune plant is concerned, our fabrication facilities are based out of Pune in Ranjangaon. And from there, we are able to produce around 80,000 tons of pre-engineered buildings and around 20,000 tons of structural steel fabrication. And as you know, the steel has been a major uptake has happened in steel markets for the past many years, majorly because of development in China and India, and also the development work basically in infra and all other sectors. So today also, with all this uptake also, we are very, very low in terms of steel per capita consumption, which is prevalent in the world. So the per capita steel consumption is around 224. And today also we are at around 57.6 to 74.1 kilograms per capita. So which is showing that there is a huge potential for steel in terms of the growth potential for us as the industry of steel or steel fabricator industry. I will get into one of the very prestigious housing projects which we did in Bangladesh. It was a humanitarian effort as well, in collaboration with the government as well as the Bangladesh government. This was housing for the Rohingya, what you call refugees, which was done in Bangladesh. You can see this is an island called Bhasan Char. Here is the island. This is the Bhasan Char island, where a refugee camp was built, which was completely done in steel. And this was done with an architect called Mukta Dundvidal and Mukta Dundvidal McLaren Architects. And for their project, if you see this particular housing unit, one single housing unit could house around 16 families. And this particular area is able to house around 73 families in one area. So putting together, if you see one courtyard will have around 73 families, which multiplied by 4, around 140, 160 people were able to live in one particular place. So like that, we have supplied around 120 odd buildings to this particular project. And I will show you an actual photograph of this project completed. And this is the project which has been completed, and this is completely in steel. So it was initially planned in RCC, and our team in Bangladesh met MDM Architects and convinced them to go for a steel option, and it's completely converted into steel, and this is a complete steel project afterwards. And because Saudi government was also involved, we were from Saudi, so we were able to execute this project very beautifully for our clients. And as far as the other kind of infrastructure industry is concerned, we are able to handle any kind of architectural shapes or any kind of requirement by our clients, because of which we are able to excel in metro stations, terminal buildings, aircraft hangars, convention centers, toll plazas, shipyards, rail workshops, and power stations and GIS substations. So I'll show you some of the projects. This is the Riyadh Metro project in Saudi Arabia, which is done by us. You can see the architectural beauty of this building. Incidentally, in this project, we did the complete EPC as well. So in India also, we have started an EPC division, which I head. We have the complete turnkey solutions which we provide for the customers. So in this, we have done the complete Riyadh Metro, all their stations, and the complete EPC was taken care by us. And as far as India is concerned, we are right now doing 2 depots for the Bangalore Metro, which is around 30,000 square meters. And as far as the aviation sector is concerned, Zamel has been there everywhere. You can see some of the projects. The Singapore Airshow building is one on the right-hand side where the A380 was inaugurated, which was done by Zamel. Even the Changi Airport in Singapore, Terminal 1 building was also done by us. And I can show you some of the projects which we did in India. This is one project which is of national importance. We did the C-17 maintenance and paint hangar Indian Air Force base, which was done for Boeing and Indian Air Force. And this was a complete trust structure, and L&T was a customer, and the final end user was Boeing and Indian Air Force. You can see another project which is in a neighboring country, which is for the Bhairava Airport, International Airport, the terminal building which was done by us. And here you can see this is the new airport which is being promoted by the Nepal government as being very close to the birthplace of Gautam Buddha. And this will come into a very international prominence because of the Chinese tourists and other people. And it was executed by a Chinese contractor called Northwest Civil Aviation. So this was supplied by us from India again. And as far as terminals buildings go, we have also supplied the Hyderabad International Airport. The domestic terminal, the new terminal building was supplied by us, around 8,118 square meters area, or around 80,000 square feet. The area was supplied by us. And this is another project which we have done. These are some of the toll plazas which you see on the highways, which also can be done in steel, and one of them which we have done, one of the many which we have done. And as far as shipyard infrastructure is concerned, we are pioneers in some of the particular types of shipyard infrastructure. Zamel ourselves as a company, we have our own shipbuilding units in Saudi Arabia. So Zamel Shipyards is a major shipbuilding company in Dammam. So we have done for ourselves, as well as we are doing for many of the other customers in India as well. So this is some of the moving platforms which we have created. So here, this is a completely movable on rails kind of a building, which we have created for shipbuilding and maintenance. So, and also other shipbuildings projects we are doing. And as far as India is concerned, one of our major markets for Zamil Steel today has been the rail infrastructure. So we are one of the largest supplier to the Indian Railways in terms of the demo and memo sheds, doing around 20,000 tons every year in such projects in collaboration with the Rail Vikas Nigam Limited. So today, all the largest what you call wagon manufacturing, which might be the LHB coach factories, the demo shed or the memo sheds, the LHB coach factories in Sonipat, Latur, all these areas are being done by us, as well as some of the other demo sheds and memo sheds are also being done by us for RVNL. So here we do around 15 to 20,000 tons of steel fabrication for them every year for their buildings. And as far as power sector is concerned, we are also a large player in the power sector. At the time when the power grid renovation was going on by Power Grid, we were supplying all the gas insulated substations in some of the most difficult terrains. I mean, we have executed projects for Power Grid in Leh, Kargil, Dras, and Kalahasti, which was completely denied by many of the other contractors, which was extremely strategic in nature, and also a huge pride for us having been a supporter of national infrastructure in such difficult terrains, fighting the elements. And we have also supplied many other projects in HVDC as well. The Agra HVDC, which is a high voltage DC connection lines buildings, also are done by us, as well as the one in Trichy. And today, one of the major industry which is growing at a large pace because of the e-commerce has been the warehousing. And we are doing multiple warehousing all across India, and around 3.2 million square meters of warehousing is being done by us. And you can see some of the projects which are in warehousing. We have done around 1,800 tons for one of our clients in Haryana, which was around 37,000 square meters, around 11,000 square meters, another building for some of our other customers. And this is another project, which is again in Maharashtra, in Chakan area, one of our other customers. This is in Karnataka, another project which we have done, around 54,000 square meters. And this was one of the first large warehouse which came about in India around 10-15 years back, when a company called Lulu, which is a supermarket group from Dubai, they had come. We have been partners with them for many years. They came in and started their first hypermarket in Cochin. We did the complete back-end warehousing of around 58,000 square meters. So this was at one point one of the largest warehousing project in India itself. So there's another project in warehousing, and some of the other projects wherein you can see, complete. You can say it's kind of a composite structure, but it is not really composite. It's a steel frame with what you call all brickwork done. So I think one of the other point, our guest from Tata Steel said, the issue of seeing, drywalling panels. So you can also have brick walls on supported mezzanines, which can take the loads to avoid the issues of, customers or, the end users feeling that they are getting drywalling material, they are not able to put in a nail or a regular housing kind of project is not being happening. So that can also be taken care with steel being the main structure, the beam and column structure, and you can have any other kind of walling structure. So, there's another project which is a G+4 building which we have done for the German University campus in Egypt. So here we have done complete steel structure of G+4 and complete drywalling. Materials are used for further this one. And this is one project which we did for one of our customers called Agni Steel from Africa. They are a company out of Trichy, but they had a collaboration and they started one project in Africa. And this project was done by us for them. And this is another project done by us for soya extraction unit. So you can see these are some of the high-rise projects which we have done for some of the customers. And this was one of the largest tall buildings at one point in India, which we did, which was around 53 meters. in pre-engineered steel buildings of 3-plated steel sections. And this is a vertical manufacturing which we have done for another customer called ZTT India. It's a Chinese group, which we did around 1,700 tons. This was a vertical manufacturing again for a pharma company called Medridge Pharma. This was an FDA approved facility, which we had done with clean rooms and other things, as well as walkable false ceilings. And these are some of the corporate structures, the commercial structures. This is the Nike Sports Design Building for Nike in Sri Lanka when they shifted their complete European design offices to Sri Lanka. It was done by us. And currently we are executing a G+11 structure, a commercial complex for a company called Shalimar Corporation, which is under execution right now. And this is around 38,500 square meters of floor area, and weight of steel which we have supplied for them is around 2,200 odd tons. So these are some of the malls and multiplexes which you can do in steel. The one which we are seeing on the left-hand top corner was a very iconic project, which was around 11,000 tons of steel, completely done in steel. It's a concept village like Venice, which was done for a Le Villaggio shopping mall in Doha in Qatar. And this is the new projects which we are doing for cement storage, which is again one of our customers, Shree Cements, who is one of the largest cement manufacturers. For them, all their cold storage sheds are being done by us. And as far as the fabrication capability goes, you can see the kind of fabrications we are able to undertake. These are some of the trusses which we have built for Power Grid as well as NATRIP. NATRIP is the National Automotive Testing Laboratories in also the Global Automotive Research Center in Tamil Nadu, where we have supplied large trusses which were spanning up to 78 meters, clear span on both length and width as well, for crash test facility of cars. There's another tube truss which we are doing for a shopping mall in Cambodia. And this was for Power Grid, like I said, the HVDC plant. This is the one on the floor and the erected final structure. And this is a capability we have. This is a new project which we are doing right now for a pharma company, European pharma company near Pune. So you can see the truss, how beautifully it is fabricated, as well as how that truss has to be organized for their requirement, because they had very, very heavy loads in some of the areas. For that, the design, fabrication, and supply was undertaken by Zamel Steel. Thank you. That's all from my side.
Once again, yeah, Mr. Kumarji, a wonderful presentation. And I was happy to know that you're doing EPC also right now. And
yes.
Good to know that it's under your direct supervision and you control the entire EPC business. Well, with that, I'll put you over to Mr. Singhal for any questions that he may want to ask you, or any questions from panelists.
Or any... Kumar, can you hear me? Hello?
Broken, but yeah, I can hear you.
Now?
Yeah, fine, fine. A little bit fine, yeah.
Tell me, you have done wonderful work across India. One thing which you always hear in all the conferences, there is a lack of ecosystem in the steel construction. Of course, we know the pre-engineered building segment, but how do you get the fabricators across all India and other find difficulties? Fabricators, other systems.
It's very difficult to hear you. I think Nirmalaji, if you can rephrase what he said.
I was also unable to hear him clearly. You know, he is breaking.
System which you have been able to develop for new projects. Can you hear me now? Hello?
Yeah, you are very faint. If Ankit, can you hear Mr. Singhal clearly?
No. I actually messaged him as well about this. There is some audio issue that is going on.
If he can type in, I can respond to him. I mean, if he can type in a chat or something, yeah.
Yeah, you can Q&A section if you. And Ankit, any other question on the Q&A section?
Yes, not for Mr. Srikumar explicitly, but some questions in general were there. So anyone who would seem fit to answer this question can answer directly in the Q&A section, any of the panelists. So, so I can read out one of the questions, there are two questions, so I'll read them out. One is from Mr. Ramin Datta. So he says, can you elaborate on the fundamental principles of antibacterial steel? What are the tests to determine antibacterial resistance? So anyone from the panel would like to take that question?
I think this was not to Mr. Srikumar.
No, this was not to Mr. Srikumar. We have a few open questions which were not explicitly for
I think this was directed to Mr. Sridhar because he had mentioned in his presentation earlier.
Sridhar, are you there? I can't see Sridhar here. Okay. Anyway, we can go on to the and I think Deepak Patroda Deepakda has a question, right? No.
Yes. So the question from Mr. Patra is from ISPAT and JSW Steel. We took initiative to visit all the reputed design college and institutes for explaining lower cycle cost of steel in construction over concrete in long run and use of high strength steel of lower thickness over commercial grade steel of higher thickness. Is there any similar initiative going on? Otherwise, government project approval will continue to go on the basis of L1 and obviously concrete.
I think Srikumar can give his comments, and I would also request Mr. V.R. Sharma to share the larger issue of L1 in project. Sharma sir, your comments on the L1 principle of government orders, where they choose for RCC instead of steel construction because of the cost element. Your comments.
Yeah, thank you. So actually, in the absence of right standard and specification available, the L1 continues for a long time. And L1 is, for Government of India's contract tenders, L1 is blessings in disguise. And sometimes it is counterproductive also, because they go for L1 and then finally they find the supplier is not up to the mark. Even if they forfeit the performance bond or they put the penalties, the projects are delayed. So this is a concept which is actually creating a lot of problem in the country. The L1 concept can only be eliminated or neutralized by proper specifications and contract conditions. So unless we revise our contract conditions time to time, and unless the government companies or private companies, they update themselves technically, this is not possible to avoid the L1 concept. Then another factor is because of they are also in trouble sometimes. If somebody goes to vigilance and there's an inquiry, then they will ask that why you are going to, why you're not going to L1 and why you are given to somebody else. So the easiest method is to select a L1 contractor. And then finally, what happens, the L1 contractor, they starts working in value engineering and not value addition. So what is that value engineering? How can I reduce thickness? How can I source cheaper steel? How can I source cheaper raw material? How can I source spurious products so that I can make some money? Then, over and above, there are so many other expenses what people they encounter during servicing the orders. And those cushions may not be available to L1 people. And finally, the project is shelved or delayed beyond permissible limits. So in all such cases, you will see on the streets, on the highways, on the buildings, multi-story buildings, some of the government projects, they are half completed, half not yet completed. Similarly, you will find the high-rise buildings, even for 5 years, 10 years, the buildings are just standing, and the completion does not take place. I mean, now because of RERA, people are compelled to complete it, but there are thousands of cases in the country where such problems have come. So basically, all these things are due to a cumulative effect of non-specified items, and we, especially in developing country like India, we still believe that whatever is spelled out is well understood by the other person, and whereas the other person has not understood it, or the other person will try to modulate it the way he or she wants, and that creates a big issue for everyone. I mean, it is a matter of two contracts, but even if you have your own small business or you want to get some work done, you feel that I explained him, and then the services what I'm going to get will be at par as per my understanding. But what is in my understanding, what is in your understanding, I mean, there is no chip available that we can copy in others' mind. So the only solution to this problem is that each and every contract has to be spelled out very well. Number one. Number two, all of the building codes in the country, whether it is NBC code or it is CPWD code or it is any local code or any understanding in between buyer and seller or a service provider versus the customer, those should take a proper contract form. If it is done, then we can avoid it. Otherwise, I'll tell you today, there are many companies, even the large organizations, they succumb to the demand of their distributors and dealers, like 12 millimeter rebar. People will ask, give me within tolerance, but give me the negative tolerance. Give me at 11.7 millimeter or 11.9 millimeter, whatever. And 8 millimeter, you give me 7.5 millimeter or 7.6 millimeter. Because all these guys, they are selling their goods in meters. They are buying from steel industry in tons. So is the plate business. So plate business, each fabricator would like that I should get in negative tolerance. So negative tolerance, okay, steel mill can give a negative tolerance, but why he or she is asking negative tolerance? Because they need more meters of length in a particular ton so that they can make some profit, because they're so tight pressed in between customer and the steel mill that they are left with no margin except to save in steel or except to save by cutting from here and there. So whether it is welding or it is submerged arc welding or using the fluxes or using the weld wire or using whether to do the short blasting or sand blasting, maybe the specification speaks short blasting, they do the sand blasting. The specification speaks a particular grade of paint. They may not use those grade of paint because they're so tight pressed that there is no margin available. So because of competition and because of a non-specified contracts between two, they start losing heavily, and finally they find out how to save money. So my view is that India has to graduate to standards, and we must speak standards, and the contracts must specify the right conditions, and then only this problem can be solved.
Thank you, Sharma Saab. So the essence of the element is the specifications have to be very clear on what exactly we are looking for.
There was another question before this regarding, because Mr. Sridhar is not there, I'll explain you. The antibacterial or no bacteria formation steel. That was the question, I think. So there are some color-coated sheets available now where we can avoid the bacteria formation for much longer time, even in the extreme worst conditions. So those are different kind of paints, and these are polyvinyl paints, basically based on PVDF paint, but not PVDF purely. So these are based on polyvinyl paints. So, but you know, the kind of coating what we need and kind of baking we need, I mean, there is a little different. I mean, the steel, color-coated steel of that grade and quality will not be available today in India at less than 1 lakh rupees a ton, or maybe 1,20,000 rupees a ton. So you cannot go for 10 or 15 microns of coating for that grade of steel. You have to have at least 30, 35 microns of coating. So that is another big issue, because whenever we speak that we need to install the color-coated sheets, so there are 3 different categories available today in India. One is color-coated on bare cold roll, which is very primitive and very wrong also. One should not do it. The other is color-coated on galvanized material. And the third is color-coated on galvalume material. So galvalume has its own strengths over galvanized. Galfan was the technology which came way back in say 1980, but somehow this technology didn't pick up because it was having 5% aluminum and balanced 95% zinc and some other alloys. But now the most popular is galvalume or alu-zinc, 55-45, 55, 43.5 and 1.5 the silicon. So that is most important. So that is the technology which is available today. And when we say that the color-coated sheets today we are going to use, then we feel that it has to be either galvalume base or galvanized base. But here there is a big problem. When it is galvalume base, because of cost pressures, the customer will ask that I want at this and this price. That means reduction in AZ coating, alu-zinc coating. So the alu-zinc coating traditionally for a normal atmosphere was designed to be at AZ 150. 150 is the coating, 150 gram. And then finally, people started compromising from 150 to 120, 180. Now AZ 70, AZ 50 is also available. Ultimately, what happens? Ultimately, customer loses. Because the life he or she was expecting for 25, 30 years, then the life comes only maybe 10 to 15 years. So that is another problem. We were discussing about rebars. Rebar 700 grade or 600 grade or 650 grade or 550 grade, doesn't matter. What matters? Because if you go for 700 grade or you go for 600 grade per se, that means why we are going for that grade. A person sitting in Chennai, a person sitting in Cochin, Kerala, or person sitting in seismic zone less than 3, they do not need a 700 or 600 or 650 or 550 grade of material. They need maximum 500 grade or 550 grade, or maybe lower than that. Why I'm telling you this thing? Because whatever our structural engineers they design, suppose 700 grade of material, they say that this will be 20 millimeter dia. 500 will not be 25 millimeter, or 500 will not be 30 millimeter. Because it is not only always load bearing, but it depends upon the overall, the wind load, wind pressure. That plays a very vital role in high-rise buildings. So asking 700 or full hard where TS and YS, they become like equal. So there it is not that much of important. So what is important today, that what exactly a customer needs, because everybody will put a billboard, so many holdings, we make 500, the other will say I make 550, somebody will say we make 600, then somebody will come, I make 700. I mean, higher the YSTS does not mean that more safer you are. It is never. So you have to see that what your structural engineer has designed the building, and then that particular steel, or that total weight of steel or diameter versus the overall properties, those should be used. Then there was a question asked, the corrosion resistance. Now corrosion resistance has so many anomalies in the system. People feel that you add copper, it becomes corrosion resistant. But it is not only copper, it is copper, chromium, titanium, niobium put together should be 0.4%. So when we have a total 0.4%, we say that it is a corrosion resistant steel, but ultimately it is not. It is not that forever this is corrosion resistant steel. Maybe for transit, okay, for a few years here and there, it is okay. But if you want to reach to real corrosion resistant steel, then you have to go to ferritic grades, having chromium more than 16%, 17%. And those grades, basically, they will land you into somewhere like stainless steel. So stainless steel is being used today in many of the buildings, and especially for the industrial applications, we use stainless steel at many locations and also in the coastal areas. But what I mean to say, I'm not telling here or debating on the issue of what people produce here. I am telling that the customer has to learn, and the supplier has to teach a customer what exactly he needs. And then his needs to be translated into a right product, and that product should be given. And this is how people do it. So like galvanized TMT or rebars are also available. So now what kind of galvanization, how many microns of zinc coating has been done? Is it a hot dip galvanized or electro galvanized? Or it is just a zinc rich paint? I mean, there are many things. Then there are epoxy coated rebars available. And these are available for many, many years in the country. And now what kind of epoxy coating, what exactly it is going to benefit to the customer? So we have to find out that what is what and what is that required by a customer. That only we should supply as a steel mill, I'm telling you. Many people, they ask us that you give me this size, this specification, this kg per meter weight. We always say, no, you cannot give like this. You have to tell us what exactly your mission, what exactly you want. So 99% of the people, when we interact with them, they find that it is very expensive. I want to reduce the cost. So that is a problem. Like in stainless steel, there was never ever a grade of 202 or 202 series or 201 series or 204 series. It used to be either a ferritic grade, that was 400 series, or a 304 series, that is 300 series, 304, 309, 310, 311, 12, 16L. That's all. So, but finally, people found, let us make 200 series. In 200 series, nickel is how much? 0.5%. And that much of nickel they get in the scrap itself. So they don't add any nickel. And the chromium is how much? About 11 to 12%. So neither it is a ferritic grade, nor it is a stainless steel. Why they don't add more than 12% of chromium? Because if they add more, then this will start magnetic. And then people will test by magnet and they will say, oh, this is not a stainless steel because it is magnetic. Because we have taught the market that if a magnet catches a steel, it is not stainless steel, but it is wrong. So most of the Japanese and Korean companies, they have moved out of nickel bearing stainless steel. They don't make nickel bearing stainless steel. If you see the website of GFE Stainless Steel, their plant in Chiba in Tokyo, I visited that plant. So they are not making any stainless steel today which carries nickel, because they say that we have to come out of nickel and we will use chromium. So chrome, they are using say about 16, 17%. So it's okay. They make 421 series, 430 series, 39 series, 441 series, even for the utensils. So these are the areas which my point of view here is to all this August gathering, all the senior people are sitting in the industry. We have to specify the contracts properly and do not get into a trouble of getting orders for the price, that I will reduce the price and then I will get the orders. The company will become bankrupt, I'm telling you. And that is a biggest mistake people do. Like in last 4 weeks, the steel prices have gone up by 6,000 rupees in India. So this 6,000 rupees, suppose somebody has quoted 3 months back and now he has to service the orders. He cannot service the orders because that much of benefit or profit was never there. So he has to be in a big trouble now. So if he doesn't supply, he will become blacklisted. If he has already given the performance bond or bid bond or performance guarantee or bank guarantee, then this company is going to be bankrupt fully. Because 6,000 rupees per ton of forecast, I don't think that somebody has taken. It is impossible. Even we were not knowing that 6,000 rupees the steel prices will increase. So I suggest everybody that we must try to formalize the contracts. We must try to specify the contract conditions, and big number is always not better number. So even if you have 400 series of 450 tensile strength of rebar, it is still workable. The only thing is that instead of 16 millimeter, you have to use 20 millimeter. But the whole Manhattan has been working on 450 YS. It is still there for 100 years. So all of the multi-story buildings, they are there for 410, 415, 450 rebars because people were not producing in an early 1900 or before the First World War. So, but it is working because they have used at that time. Today, our architect and structural engineer may say that don't use 25 mm, you use 550 or 600 and you make it in 19 millimeter or 20 millimeter. Okay, it's fine. But they have used, instead of 25, they use 28 and it's still working. There's no problem. So it does not mean that 600 or 700 will give you better earthquake protection than a 400. It depends that what steel and how much steel you have used. These are my views. I mean, you may check it on internet or Google or whatever. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Sarma Sahab. As I listen to you, I get mesmerized. I never thought you had so much of in-depth knowledge on coated product, which you have never had, neither in Bhushan nor in Jindal. So I was literally mesmerized with the knowledge base you have on coated products. So this is what makes Vidya Ratan Sharma what he is. As I say, Ratan and Vidya, both are with you. You are a Ratan and you are an, I would say, a conglomeration of both Vidya and Ratan. So, and I did not want to even stop you. I would have said, please continue, because the idea of meeting all of us together is to share knowledge. And you are an immense powerhouse of knowledge. And with that, I must request you to please continue blessing us and guiding us as you have been doing. And with this, I would now request if anyone has any question for Mr. Sharma.
No, I only have Mr. Nirmala. Can you hear me now?
Yes, much better.
I only have one thing to add to Mr. Sharma's here, because when I was writing out Mr. Sharma in my notes, I wanted to say most knowledgeable and believes in disseminating his knowledge. When he talked about Manhattan using 28 mm rebars 100 years back, it reminded me in one of the stainless steel conferences, promoting stainless steel. So I said, all right, you promote stainless steel. What about the old Delhi bridge? It is there for more than 100 years. The same thing what Sharma sir is telling is the mind of many people, that if you can, everything is not all right, then you can use a higher diameter product or higher thickness product. Thank you, sir, for strengthening our knowledge, and we will continue to come back to you. Thank you.
And one more thing which Sharma Sahab also mentioned about nickel-free stainless steel.
Yes.
We are importing our nickel. This will be a tremendous savings in foreign exchange if we can do without nickel.
I'm trying, Nirmala, I'm trying with my sister company JSL. I've been talking to them, please stop nickel import because India does not have nickel. But we have taught the market that if a magnet catches the stainless steel, that means it's not stainless steel. So, then it becomes very difficult now to demarket it. I mean, earlier we have taught them, we have taught a common man that how he or she will say that it is stainless steel. Then he will put a magnet, and the magnet catches, that means it is not stainless steel. So that is a big problem today. So I think over a period of time, the time will come that we will get into nickel-free stainless steel, which is possible. And there is another technology which has come now, although it is on very elementary stage, that have the nickel-free steel, and then you demagnetize it by an induction process. But it's a very expensive process, how to demagnetize it. People are working on this worldwide, and if they come through, then it will be better. But the best thing in the world is the complex problems are to be solved by the easiest solutions. That is the job of engineers. So whatever complexity we are facing, the solution should be just 180 degrees simplex. Simplicity is the answer. So we will have to find the very simple answer to the complex problems. If we can, then nothing like that. And this is what is required today. The another big issue, I tell you, in the country, which we have to address, that is water. There is no dearth of water in this country. If you see the total rain in the country, then we have fantastic rains. And unfortunately, what is happening, as per data available from irrigation department and rivers department, 92% of the rainwater flows back to the sea. That is the problem. Sometimes people say that the next world war will be fought on water. No. The world war is within us. We must fight as to how to preserve this water, as to how percolate the water to increase the water table, how to harvest this water. There is another big problem. And in this particular campaign, steel can play a very, very vital role. Steel industry can play, and infrastructure industry can play a very vital role in making the water bodies, taking out, bringing up the water table in the country, and enjoy, whether you have 135 crore people or 150 crore people, people will not fight and should not fight on water. Why Kaveri River? There is always a fight in between Karnataka and Tamil Nadu. Why on Yamuna River or Ravi River, there is a fight in Himachal, India, Himachal, Haryana, Punjab and UP. There should not be any fight. Why on Godavari, there should be a fight in between Hyderabad, Telangana versus Maharashtra. So there are so many areas where country can do, and steel industry can play a very, very vital role. And this is what we have to do. Here I would say that yes, instead of using X45, X50, X60, we must try to use X70 or X80 grade of steel so that the overall weight of pipes can be reduced. The thickness from 16 mm, we can bring it down to 10 mm. And we can still maintain the same strength, same mobility. The next bigger role is to be played again by steel industry, that is transportation of iron ore, transportation of bauxite, transportation of coal through slurry pipelines. So that is another big area where again steel industry can play a very, very vital role. So this is what we have to do in this country. And if we do, then this is the country of our dreams. We can definitely change the nation. One more thing, because there is a big gathering here, I must tell you, we must raise our voice against the fertile land being converted into housing colonies and the industrial sectors. This is ridiculous. Government of Haryana is acquiring now 5,000 acres of land for making industrial towns. And all this 5,000 acres land is a very fertile land. I mean, this land will be finished. 5,000 acres of land. Okay, they will make livelihood for many, but you know, in this whole lockdown period, who saved our life? Our lives were saved only by the vegetable sellers and by the crops producers. I mean, there was no place to spend the money. There was no place to go and to spend the money on the shops. Our needs were very limited, and those needs were limited to what? Just for the food, and that's all. If government of Haryana wants to put the industrial towns, they should buy land somewhere in Gwalior and put make Haryana State Industrial Development Corporation there, or they should go to Rajasthan where nobody goes. Why you are wasting your land in making buildings, making housing, and making industrial towns? This is something ridiculous. And this is what I have been talking to Government of India. I requested many times, please bring a policy, one country, one tariff, one country, one electricity tariff. I mean, wherever, I mean, we should make the electricity available in Tamil Nadu at 3 rupees 50 paisa. Today is 14 rupees, 15 rupees. Maharashtra is 12 rupees. UP is 10 rupees. Chhattisgarh is 3 rupees 50 paisa or maybe 4 rupees. So pan India, there has to be one tariff. If you Google, then you will find China has only one tariff. America has only one tariff. France has only one tariff. Germany has only one tariff. Perhaps there are only 7 countries in the world, and we are lowest L1 in 7. There we have so many states and we have different tariffs. This is something very strange. When on e-exchange, energy exchange, the power is available at 2 rupees. How? Some electricity boards are selling at 14 rupees. This is something very bad. We must raise our voice. One Bharat, one tariff. That should be our voice. Another big issue today, I'll take only 2 more minutes. One big issue. There are some rating companies in this country, CRISIL, ICRA, blah, blah, blah. They rate a company. They say that you are A plus, you are A, you are A minus, you are B, you are B plus, you are 2B, you are 3B, and 3B minus. They decide the fate of that company. How? The banks, they will come forward. They will say, hey, you are triple B minus, I'll charge you 11% interest. Hey, you are A plus, I'll charge you only 7.5% interest. Hey, you are triple B minus, I'll charge you 12.5% interest. What is this meaning? This means, are they securitizing by indemnifying themselves, or they are buying an insurance policy that tomorrow this company will become bankrupt and I will not ask anything because I'm charging him 4% extra interest. So when a MSME, small company, company is under struggle, they want to come up from their struggled phase to the comfortable phase. So our banks pressurize them, don't come up. You cannot come. Your rating cannot come up from triple B minus to triple B or double B or A plus, because we will charge you so much of interest so that you cannot come up in your life. That is a big problem. To my great surprise, I saw a tender of Government of India, railway tender, where they told the tender that for the last 3 years, the company should be net profit. This is something ridiculous. That a person who does not have the profit, he cannot participate in a government tender. This is such a big anomaly, because must be somebody, some of this supplier must influence the tender people that you put this condition so that no Indian company can come inside. That is another problem. So there are so many things which we want to, which we need to, not want to, which we need to rectify. And once we do them, then I think one day this will be country of our dreams. That's all.
Thank you, Sharma sir. Once again, a very learning experience. And while you were mentioning about the land, the fertile land being used in Haryana, it just reminded me of Angul. One of your CSR team people, PK Hota, who gave me a presentation on CSR activities in Angul. So he told me very clearly once, one of the biggest advantages in putting up Angul project successfully when Tata Steel had so much of issues with the Kalinganagar. Why in Odisha, same state Odisha, Angul came up was because it was not fertile land. It was a land where mostly pan was being grown. So that way it was a visionary decision of Naveenji to have chosen a place like Angul, which was not really a multi-crop land, which was primarily pan which was being grown. So, and again, coming to your issue on electricity tariffs, this is something which you're pushing. And I want really this issue to, for the interest of the nation, this should be taken up immediately. And I'm going to move again and again with this, with you as a speaker and bringing people from CERC, from Ministry of Power to give a thought to it. This cannot go on forever. The electricity tariff must be rationalized nationally. And this is something, Sharma Saab, you have been mentioning before this, you have been mentioning time and again, and I'm sure we should take it up on a war footing to rationalize the electricity tariff nationally at the same level. Mr. Subrata, do you want to add anything to this, what Mr. Sharma said?
This is absolutely essential, but in a country where L1 is governing everything, I was listening, it was beautiful. So what happens, there are many private players. So the government has to do, some are idle, some are nuclear, some are coal. Coal prices vary. Coal is being controlled by Coal India. So the cost of production of electricity, an organization like Power Grid, who controls the power distribution, I think we can seek their opinion on this. I fully agree with him. One rate, China, it is easy because they have totalitarian system, whatever, the government rules, maybe subsidized or whatever. But this will totally change the horizon of steel making. Electric furnace will come into being and the environment will improve. CO2 emission will be controlled. There's a huge benefit. Water, electricity, these are the prime things. So let us try. I agree with you, Nirmalo. We should push it to the top.
Exactly.
Let us bring can I add one point?
Yes,
yes,
please.
Yeah, I think the power tariff issue is also linked to the current infrastructure which has been put for T&D by the governments, and it has become a white, I can say, white elephant today for them. It has also led to the what you call insistence on not taking solar power back to the grid as well in some of the states, which is really not in the interest of the country itself, because the problem is the solar power today, tariffs are coming at 4 rupees, 5 rupees on a good basis or whatever. But the government is not interested at a buyback at that rate because they are not able to justify the cost at which they already have the employee cost and the T&D cost which they have already put in. So they are not even allowing us to, plug it back into the grid in many cases. So this is also a serious issue for us today when we are looking at the Prime Minister pushing a lot for solar. There should be a centralized policy that that power from solar is also welcome to bring down the overall grid capacity in terms of the solar power getting a lot of influx into the the overall grid structure, so that the overall power tariffs come down. That is being partially not being allowed by many states, which is not allowing it to be plugged back into the grid. I think this is a serious issue today because we also got a solar power plant in our plant also. We are one of the first guys to put a steel fabrication with solar power with a 1 megawatt plant. But we faced a lot of issues in that initially as well.
Absolutely true. Absolutely true. In fact, a friend of mine who was earlier CEO of Tata Steel Vietnam is now in solar power business in Vietnam. And he was telling me in Vietnam, they have, almost formalized everything selling to the grid. And the Vietnam government is proactive in this. Vietnam is a very good example. Zamil is also present in Vietnam.
Yeah. Here the problem is the TND. I mean, the transmission distribution is state level organization, and the central government is pitching in more for the solar power. So there is a dichotomy between both the parties because one has got their infrastructure already in place. So that is where the crux of the problem lies.
Absolutely. Okay.
I had a question for Sharma uncle. So, he started off by talking about the import of nickel. So my question was that, is it not possible to replace nickel with something like nitrogen or manganese, which is also like an austenite stabilizing element? So to replace nickel with something like nitrogen and still retain the proper properties of austenitic stainless steel?
You see, the world is moving to composite material and it will come to a different level in times to come. The issue here is what exactly is the uses? I mean, in the periodic table, we have 108 elements. I mean, a combination of different elements, right, from the easily available items to the rare earth minerals. I mean, there are so many things in the world. What exactly we need? We need to make utensils. You need to make decorative items. You need to make some kitchen items. You need to make some bathroom fittings. I mean, there we do not need whether it is magnetic or non-magnetic. There, what do we need? That there's a life cycle, 20 years, 25 years, 30 years, and that life cycle must be achieved. Earlier, it used to be through the galvanized material or chrome-plated material. Since galvanized and chrome plating, they are also create little pollution because the hydrochloric acid, H2SO4, hydrofluoric acid is being used for different cleaning and preparations. And also, then for passivation, whether it is hexa 6 or trivalent or hexagonal, hexavalent or trivalent, the chrome pacification is also being used. So now these passivations, what we are using, whether it's trivalent or hexavalent, they are somehow, somewhere creating problem to the Mother Earth. So the best is to be more simple, more organic. And how is that? There's no point making some of the metal as a rare earth matter. World has already devised the wheel. The scientists and the engineers, they already devised a substitute. So we should adopt the simple substitute. So my philosophy is that if we can get the simplest answer of the complex problems, and then that is always best. You know, it is like a, I don't know whether it was correct or incorrect, Three Idiot movie. When the principal or somebody speaks that American, they spent $1 million to devise a pen which can work on moon, whereas the Russians, they took a pencil. So it is okay. It's very good. So ultimately, you have to write something. You can write by pencil also and by pen also. So the point here is simple solution to the complex problems. This is what required. This is what our job. This is the job of engineers and scientists, and we must do it.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Make it simple. Just find out what your needs are. Don't go beyond what your needs are. That's it. Okay. Thank you, Samratha. We'll now move forward. Yeah,
this is an age-old saying. This is actually called Occam's razor. A British philosopher, Occam, William. He had coined this word, and this is called Occam's razor, simplest solution to the most complex problem. And Mr. V.R. Sharma has already talked about that several times. Yes, absolutely right. And to Ankit's point on the stainless steel nickel replacements, there are several. In fact, there are several austenitic stabilizers. And those austenitic stabilizers are nitrogen, manganese, copper. And in fact, during my sale days, and Mr. Pradeep Patra is also online, he can verify, or maybe he had left by then. We made this commercial grade 200 series stainless steel, austenitic stainless steel for China Olympics, Beijing Olympics. And we supplied those. So it's not new, and that's where the focus needs to be. And with China's control on nickel from Indonesia, this should be our answer. I mean, nitrogen is easily available. You can put a lot of nitrogen. It's a difficult process, but the process can be made efficient. So yes, that's the way to go.
By the way, Ankit, let me tell you, Sobo uncle had spent a lot of time at the alloy steel plant in Durgapur. So let's say alloy steel is a part of his curriculum, so to say, because he worked on the shop floor in alloy steel plant. So that's his cup of tea.
Very good.
Well, yeah. Then let's move forward to our next speaker, Mr. P.V. Mohan, who's been waiting for a very long time also. And Mr. P.V. Mohan is director of Kirby Building Systems, again a competitor of Zamil Steel, or at least in the same area of business like Zamil Steel. So over to you, Mr. Mohan from Kirby Building Systems.
Yeah, good evening everyone, and good to see good friends like Mr. V.R. Sharma. Of course, Sridhar has left and Sri Kumar there in this panel, and thank you, Nirmala, for this opportunity just to share a few thoughts about the industry. I would not be talking much on Kirby as such. As you know, your title itself, what steel intensive construction for housing, infrastructure, and industrial structures. In fact, that itself, if you really see, has been growing phenomenally for the last maybe 1.5 decades and contributes almost around 9% of the Indian GDP. So it is a substantial thing. And if you really see a change, a quality construction has also improved significantly over the last decade, basically due to the increase in exposure levels to the global construction technologies and best practices which are coming into India. And another important aspect was the project duration has become shorter, and there is a special focus nowadays on the safety standards. Of course, with COVID coming in, the safety standards have gone up further. If you really see, normally a construction requires a battalion of people with their families stationing there. So with COVID, definitely there are a lot of such things. And the major, we can see in the last, maybe I can say in the last 2 decades, we can see there is a major shift from in situ construction to factory control quality and pre-engineered high quality construction. So this has started coming up in a big way in the country. So instead of doing the construction at sites, doing at factory, which we can give a high quality material, and only the erection activity happens at site. So this has also changed the requirement of engineering, materials requirement, skills required at construction industries. So earlier there was a lot of problem of material of steel, but I think last 20 years the steel industry has really developed high grade steels. Earlier it was only a 245 MPa, now 345, 450 in flat plates. Even you can ask higher strengths, people are ready to produce now. So that has really, what has happened is that the main quality was taken care by the skilled people who are at the factories, and the semi-skilled people are there at sites who are assembling this components which are engineered in the factories and are getting erected by different cranes or other metal handling equipments. And Kirby has seen this, this shift much earlier, and we were that is the reason we started this pre-engineered building systems, and we pioneered that even in Middle East and in India. We started this way back around almost around 40-50 years back, And in India, we started from, I think, almost around 20 years back. And in India, we have almost done 35 million square meters of built up area as of now, with more than 25,000 buildings. And if you really see in the last 2 decades, many players have entered in the PEB market. And with more players in the scene, we have more PEB buildings around, thereby increasing the visibility and demand of these buildings in the market. So what happened in the current scenario, anyone planning to put a factory or a warehouse immediately thinks of a PEB. And so that is something very good, because it is not only a normal, a small, earlier PEB came in like, all the petrol pump sheds, a small warehouse was looked at PEB. But today, PEB has advanced. In fact, went into warehouses, like Sri Kumar was showing about airport hangars, and we were the first to start. In fact, the Prime Minister airport hangar is done by us, aircraft hangar. Then if you really see the metro stations, when Delhi Metro started, we, in fact, Mr. Sridharan wanted something which is curved. So we came forward and given that solution. You would take about even shipyards. Pipavav shipyard was the first where we were the private shipyard where we started. In fact, in India, we were the first to partner and see that a pre-engineered technology can help in shipyards, where the crane capacity is very, very high. In fact, we have built buildings with crane capacities of 500 tons, and which are working even in Alstom and many places. So anything which is, and auditoriums, and with large span buildings like around 80 meter span, 90 meter span. In fact, the Bangalore Exhibition Center is almost around 90 meter span buildings, stadiums, power plants, steel plants, and you name it. We have, PEB has come into all the segments, thereby increasing the steel consumption. That is what you can see, that the steel consumption has gone phenomenally in the last 5 years. And I think we are on the way to touch that 165 kgs by around 2030. So of course, now with India is of course a growing economy, and PEB is becoming a choice, which most of the players now, most of the industries, or you can name not only industries, warehouses, or even infrastructures are really choosing PEB. But one of the biggest choice why PEB is also chosen is because of the sustainable and eco-friendly constructions. PEBs are green buildings, and many builders have really, this has caught attention of many builders, and it is making inroads into a lot of construction activities, because as it is green, you can see, and it is also recyclable. So steel is 100% recyclable, and as in Europe, you have seen already the CE marking coming. They would like to even see how much is the percentage of recyclability in each material you buy. I think that makes a huge difference. So steel definitely is a choice. And steel is also, frankly, a cost-effective and energy-efficient solution. They provide a very good energy-efficient solutions, because you can use different types of roofing. You can use a normal sheets, now BlueScope or some few other companies have developed high reflectivity material, or you can use a puff panels where you can have a completely different type of temperatures managed, or you can also have different type of installations by putting, in, like you can use a rock wool or a glass wool insulation. It depends on the type of usage. And you can also, like Sharmaji was saying, that you can also have a proper water harvesting over total building. You can actually direct the water coming into different gutters, and definitely there are a lot of advantage. The biggest the biggest advantage is that, like Radhika was also saying earlier in our in her presentation, we are actually, the present PEB with a plated construction with a flat steel product is actually coming into the long steel products, where normally a construction need to be a wet construction. Wet construction is the normal classic construction which we do with concrete and steel. That is the long product. Now we are getting into high-rise structures where we are using plated constructions. We are also now in high rise, we are trying to use both steel and concrete, and we are getting into composite steel construction, and that is well accepted, basically because of two reasons. One, the speed of construction is very fast, and the speed is not only in constructing the total structure. The biggest advantage is that you can start working from the bottom floors as you keep on increasing on the top floors. So we are really come up in a big way in India on composite steel structures. And in India, Kirby also has another product range which is called storage solution. So Kirby has like all, if at all you are buying a factory, we have a factory warehouse with a lot of storage solutions provided. So that is, and we have that as one more vertical. So we can also use a very classic engineered storage solution which is possible to meet any type of requirement. And one of the biggest advantage of a steel construction is you can also use your solar panels on the steel on the roof, so that you can use the roof area which very productively. So that is something which has gone in. And we have started using in fact, there is a lot of innovation, and Kirby is known for that. Steel buildings are only known for maybe watertight buildings. Now we have also developed airtight buildings. That is, in fact, that is requirement of few people like power grids and all, where they have huge, where they do not want any air to get into the building. So we were the first to develop in the country a airtight building where the building is fully airtight, and even with around 5 bar pressure inside. In fact, it was tested and it was found that not a single leak was found. So gone are the days only with waterproof or a weather-tight building. Now you also have airtight building, and that is possible with a pre-engineered building. And now earlier, whenever a steel building or a high-rise building was looked at, the biggest problem was on fireproofing, because that was, having a 2 hours of fire rating was one of the biggest challenge. But that also has overcome because of the new technologies coming in paint by using vermiculite or intumescent. And now with different boards coming, cement boards. So that type of issues have also come out, we could find solutions. So now a steel construction or a pre-engineered building concept is fast catching up. And as India is growing, urbanization is at a very rapid pace. I think PEB is definitely going to be very strong, and we are definitely looking at this segment to be growing at a phenomenal rate in the next few years. And we will definitely be contributing for the per capita consumption of steel to go up. And with the support of all the steel companies like Mr. V.R. Sharma, who is there, and all the things, I think we would definitely be partnering, and we definitely have big plans to grow in India. So this is from Kirby, but I just, like Mr. V.R. Sharma, we were trying to discuss about, like you said, it was in fact, when you said the steel price increases of 6,000 rupees and all, you're right, actually. This actually puts us into trouble. So we were trying to understand, is there any forecast model to understand, because in a PEB, we are actually producing a CapEx product. And in this type of situation, in the present COVID situation, the first thing anyone does is stop their CapEx or relook into their CapEx. So once, and in this time, whoever have come in with the CapEx, now, and we execute a project, and now we go back to them and ask for a price increase, then, that no one, in fact, with my experience, no one gives a price increase. So with this situation, maybe you should throw some light on industry like us who are dependent on steel industry like you. How can we really forecast this type of, because even 1 month or 2 months back, no one could even think that there can be an increase. In fact, if there would not have been any decrease, people were happy. So this type, and not only an increase, today the situation is even availability. Even if you order, whether you get it on time or not is the biggest challenge. So why this type of change, and how can an industry like us really be insulated with this type of increase? Of course, I completed my PB. This is also a question because of the proximity which I have with Mr. V.R. Sharma, putting it forward here.
Thank you. Now we know each other for more than 20 years.
Yeah, more than
right
that.
From the good old days of Volta's tenure of yours.
Yes, yes, 1989 onwards, yeah.
Yeah, 89. So this, price going up, coming down, the market variances, we have been passing through them, and now we have become the shock proof that what is what. The best way is what I feel, that always do the quarterly price contract with your suppliers. At least you are secured on raw material side for a quarter. So though the steel mills are not interested in doing quarterly pricing because they feel that if the prices they go up too much, then we'll be in trouble. But many of the bigger players and the steel users, now they have gone for the quarterly contracts, and now we are also encouraging them. Okay, so that we also know that more than 50% of our steel is sold against the contracts. This is what Japanese are doing. This is what Koreans are doing for ages. So the country has to come to a level of total maturity in two-way business, and that is the customer, my customer, you are my customer, like Kirby is my customer. So I had to make you comfortable that for 3 months you do not have the sleepless nights, and you know that my prices are fixed for 3 months. And when you go to your customer, you can always tell that for this quarter, my prices are fixed up to this level. If you give me a projection, I can book my quantities and I can secure myself. More than that, if something happens, then there'll be a price variation clause that if my supplier changes the price after this quarter, because you cannot finish the business in 1 quarter, there'll be always some overlapping time. So then they can definitely appreciate that, yes, in last quarter, you were getting this, and this quarter you are getting this. This is what Nirmala has done a campaign last month, that how to decide the future trading of business of steel. And now the future business, the future trading, what is that? That is like a stock exchange, that we will decide together, supplier and buyer will decide together that today the index is, say, 35,000 rupees a ton, for example, I'm telling you, or 32,000 rupees a ton. What is going to be after 3 months' time down the line? So those quarterly pricing will definitely help you. And then steel will also bound to supply you on the same price. And if it is a spot price of 1 month, 3,000, 4,000 ton material you have taken today, tomorrow, again, you'll be in trouble. Day after tomorrow, again, you'll be in trouble. You being a reputed company, Kirby is a very reputed company, like Jamil is a very reputed company. You will not use that instead of 410 grade or 450 grade, I will use 235 grade. You will not go for that. You cannot cut the corners. Maybe a roadside builder can do it, but you being a professional organization, you being an engineering solution provider, you cannot do that, and you should not do that. So the best is go for the quarterly contracts. This is what my suggestion to you.
Yeah, if I may, Sharma Sahab, if I may add something to it. Way back in 2007, almost 13 years ago, I used to spend a lot of time with Mr. Muthuraman, the then managing director of Tata Steel. So one of the things which my first question to Mr. Muthuraman was, what has Tata Steel done in 100 years? 1907 to 2007 was 100 years of Tata Steel. So he said the first thing we did was to move out of the commodity cycle. Steel, as we know, is a highly commoditized atmosphere, and it has a commodity cycle of its own. To move out of that commodity cycle, the first thing you need to do is decommodify steel, which means the long-term contracts are a good solution. just as a steel maker goes to NMDC and says, we want a long-term contract for our iron ore. When you go for the spot prices of iron ore, if you see the international prices of iron ore, 65 Fe today, and you look at what it was a couple of months back, there is a huge difference. So when the producers can negotiate with iron ore producers or the raw material producers, you should also impress, you should try and convince the producers that we need to have a long-term, or at least, as Mr. Sharma said, at least for a period of time. So that is something which Tata Steel spoke about 13 years ago, to move out of the commodity cycle.
I agree with you. Mr. Muthuraman, I rate him as one of the best salesperson of his time in the country. And over and above, his boss, Dr. J.J. Rani, was the super best.
Yes.
One day we had a seminar in Delhi. Not seminar. He threw a dinner to the steel fraternity people. So I was lucky to have dinner with Mr. J.J. Rani, with Mr. Muthuraman, and the marketing and sales team, Mr. Narurkar and Mr. Sandeepan. So we all were there. So you know what Mr. Dr. J.J. Rani told? Now you look, I have stolen an idea from ICICI Bank. We were surprised that what is that idea, that ICICI Bank idea, how it is going to come to steel. And he told, look, the ICICI Bank says, rakhenge khush har hal mein, means customer ko. And I am saying that customer ko rakhenge khush har hal mein. This is what Dr. J.J. Rani told. So I was so impressed that a person is so, humble and so passionate towards his customers. We must learn, no matter whether we are a competitor or not competitor. We all are Indians and we are all steel fraternity people. When we discuss on a platform, we don't represent a company, we represent an industry. And we learned it. That yes, what Dr. J.J. Rani is telling, that has a great meaning. If you can keep your customer happy, har hal mein, always, that means that is the best. If I can keep my customer happy in his bad time, then I think he will never forget me. And those dividends will come to me today or tomorrow. So this is what the Japanese are doing. And they have been doing since ages. They keep the customer, they don't offend a customer. And they will do their best in the last minute dealing. I mean, sometimes you will become irritated and you will say, sorry, I will not buy from you. I mean, even if they say, no problem, mushi mushi, no problem, we will come back to you. I mean, whether they come back or don't come back. So that is the situation. So I think steel industry will have to now come to a different level, that they will have to see the opportunity in supporting the customer than milking the customer. I'm using this word, but that is the fact of life.
Yeah. So as they say, it's not a customer anymore, it's a partner. So your customer is your partner in progress.
He's more than a partner. I tell you one thing.
Yeah, as Gandhi said, he's the purpose of the business.
He's the purpose of the business. So if he dies, then the industry already dies. I mean, you cannot survive without him. So we have to see that we live with the customers and we supply them. Of course, each business is a independent profit center. So we have to maintain the profit also, and we have to ensure that your customer also survives. If the customer does not survive, then it is a big problem.
Thank you so much.
I would like to quote our founder chairman Jamshedji's statement. In fact, that's exactly this. The free enterprise, the community is not just another stakeholder in business, but it is in fact the very purpose of its existence. So as Mr. Sharma has rightly said, Mr. Jamshedji Tata said this, that's why we exist. Because of this customer, otherwise there is no business. I won't be earning, I won't be having my salaries at home. So this has to be done for the customer, and all the products and services has to be done with that thought process in mind, that the end customer has to be served. So exactly.
These are the basic, you're right. These are the basic values of a business person.
Yeah.
And many a times out of a small gain, we try to give a lot of pain to customers. I mean that I personally feel, though I'm not saying that JSPL does not give that kind of pains. It does at times, but we have to neutralize these pains. I mean, this is what our job is as a professional, I'm telling you. So that's why I always admire these four people. I never forget: Mr. J.J. Irani, Dr. J.J. Irani, Mr. Muthuraman, and Mr. Sandeepan Chakravarti. He was the marketing head, sales head, and the marketing was Mr. Nerurkar. I mean, they were the four people. I loved working with them, and they were so friendly always. They were keeping me always at comfort, and I was their customer. So this was something great of them. So today, none of them is here in this meeting, but I'm just telling you my compliments to them, my regards to all these four gentlemen, what they have done for the nation. So I would say they have done for the nation a lot. This is what I can say.
With that, Sharma Sahab, let me tell you, Mr. Subrata Mitra and myself, Subrata and myself, we were discussing, we should once have all the veterans of the industry once on our platform. Mr. Dr. Irani, Mr. Muthuraman, Mr. Nerurkar, then I have another good friend in Vizag Steel Plant, Mr. Sagar Rao. All these people together, we should have a platform once where we have the veterans.
One more name, Mr. Rungta.
Yeah, Mr. Nandalal Rungta, yeah. The Rungta
Yes.
family.
Mr. Rungta.
You
Then
cannot
Mr.
forget the iron.
Yeah,
Iron
and Mr. J.N. Mehra.
Mr. J. Mehra,
Yes.
yes.
J.N. Mehra.
No, Nirmala,
and-
you are mixing up. He's talking about SK Rungta.
SK Rungta.
SK Rungta,
And
yeah. SAIL Rungta.
SAIL chairman.
Yeah.
Former chairman of SAIL.
Yeah.
And Mr. Gujral.
Mr.
Yes.
V. Gujral.
Yeah,
Was
MD
earlier,
Bhilai.
was earlier also in JSPL. He was.
Yes, but they are the wonderful people.
Yeah.
Actually, they are the assets of this nation. I'm telling you.
And
I mean,
I had an opportunity of meeting most of them, and I spent such wonderful time. I mean, they were such wonderful, I would say, guides and teachers.
Yes, and the current chairman, Mr. Anil Chaudhary. A wonderful person.
Yes.
Yeah, wonderful.
Yes, we had him a few days back.
Yeah.
Nirmala, there are many. Mr. Arvind Pandey and others are also there that we can all get.
Of course, Arvind Pandey ji ka to jawab hi nahi hai koi. He was such a great personality. I mean, whenever I used to meet him, he used to just love. I mean, this is what I can tell.
Just have to go to the website of SAIL and Tata and see who are the legends. So you will find all the legends there.
Yes, you're right.
Yes.
Right.
One more person I remember who was, of course, again background of SAIL, Mr. Malay Mukherjee, whom I interacted.
Oh my God, he's a veteran. Malay Mukherjee is a creator, wealth creator. I would say I rate him the largest wealth creator in the world as a professional, not as a businessman, as a professional. As a professional. He is the largest wealth creator in the world for steel industry.
Exactly.
So I always rate him a largest wealth creator. He's not an ordinary person.
So, yeah.
They are the gem of the industry. They are the gem of the industry. And today, what we do, we remember them, we follow them, we follow the principles of these people, and that is a torch in our hand that they had shown the ways to the steel industry. I mean, in 1991 we were 15 million ton, and today we are 120 million ton. We are looking for 300 million ton. So the first generation professionals, they have done a lot for the nation. I mean, at that time there were not many investors in the country because there were not rich people available in the country. So the rich people, they came into existence in the business in I would say after 1998, and then so many steel mills came, and then a lot of MSMEs came. These are good old stories, but we must remember their good work.
Sharma sir, I will add another name, Mr. V. Krishnamurthy, Doyen of the public sector.
Yes.
सर
They become very old.
उनका तो
He's
कोई
still
नाम ही नहीं,
there.
उनका देखिए उनका तो वी
He's still
कृष्णमूर्ति
there.
जी तो सेल से गए तो मारुति को टर्न अराउंड कर दिया हैं।
मारुति से सेल में आए थे, मारुति से सेल में आए थे।
अच्छा, मारुति से सेल में आए थे, तो उनका तो कोई कुछ कहना ही नहीं है। तो वो तो he was a great personality.
Take any company,
more
BHEL,
we
SAIL,
discuss,
Maruti,
more it is
more
very
names will
good.
come.
देखिए हम लोग डिस्कस कर रहे हैं तो we are getting n numbers of the people, those who can be declared as the pathfinders. So they are the truly pathfinders.
Nirmala, you do better late than never. Do it as quickly as possible. I'll also
Yes, and you give the webinar name, the pathfinders of steel industry.
I'll help you to get some of them.
Yeah, sure. Good. We were discussing just, I think yesterday.
Because many of the people in SAIL have directly worked. Many people in SAIL have directly worked.
Yeah, you got another webinar title.
Exactly. Pathfinders of our industry.
Steel industry. Pathfinder of steel industry.
Yeah.
That we'll have to do two, not one will not be enough.
Yeah, we will have 2 sessions together. एक 2 दिन एक साथ करेंगे, 2 दिन consecutive 2 days.
Yes, okay. Coffee with Nirmala. The pathfinders of India, Indian steel industry, having coffee with Nirmala.
Yes, sir. वो भी तो अभी नसीब कहाँ होगा? I can't even offer someone a
virtual coffee लेंगे, अपना coffee लेके बैठेंगे. We'll at home. अपना coffee लेके बैठेंगे.
ठीक है, ऐसे करेंगे सर. And Subrata, let us have a meeting just tomorrow or day after and finalize this on the date. And Sharma Sahab will also help, and Singhal Sahab, Mr. Singhal will also. And we already have quite a few of them within our, I would say radar itself. So it's not very difficult to get all of them together.
Yes.
At least most of them. Okay, now we'll move. Yeah.
Nirmala, give me 1 minute.
Yeah,
for
please.
Mr. P.V. Mohan. Mr. Mohan, what you talk was music to the ears of the steel industry. Mr. Mohan, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Yes, Mr. Singh.
Whatever we say in our sales presentation, the steel is flexible, steel is efficient, steel is sustainable. You told everything. In fact, we should make you brand ambassador for steel industry, for the producer side. Having said that, I just wanted to know one thing from you. Have you worked on anything to develop on the Prime Minister's Awas Yojana, urban and rural? Because there's a limit fixed to the price to the house. Then any work on that?
If you,
have you tried to, because of your expertise, have you tried to find out a solution? Because our INSTAC has done some work.
Yeah, we started. If you really see during the Kutch earthquake situation, we had partnered with UNESCO and did a lot of buildings, Anganwadis and school buildings, housing. It is all which cold form structures at that time. Now, what has happened is that we have got this Prime Minister's this new Yojana, but frankly speaking, we have not really done much on that because of various aspects of like a lot of developers used to come, and acceptability of steel buildings into that segment was not really well received. So that is the reason maybe we did not put much of attention at that as of now, because with that pricing and with the requirements, I think we are still to work on that. We are not yet started much on that.
Thank you, Mr. Mohan. Actually, Mr. Sushim Banerjee could have
I'll
also
take your number from.
Yeah, I'll
take
share
your number from Nirmala and see whether we can call you for some webinar when we will have them.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, actually, we did some type of buildings, whatever you were saying. In fact, we have done some. In fact, we have also supplied to Africa, Sierra Leone, and where this type of buildings where where it can meet these requirements. But the 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 acceptability of that, we are done some type of buildings which are multi-story, even for even in Mumbai, if you really see, for the slum development thing, where the land is taken over by the builders and they need to house all the slum dwellers into a housing for maybe 2 years or 3 years. So we have built them some transit flats like thing, where they can house each family has a house with a common toilets and multi-storied, approximately G+7, and we did almost around 8-9 buildings like that. So such type of buildings we have done, but yeah, we have not got into what you were basically telling about this new.
Yeah. Well, now let's move on to Mr. Kaushik, because he's really being very patient. And my thanks to you, Kaushik sir, for being so patient and hearing all the discussions we are having, which was not really pertinent to today's topic. But nevertheless, the fact that you have been very patient, my special thanks to you. And we'll now move on to your presentation before we get back to a little bit of discussion on Prime Minister Awas Yojana. Mr. Kaushik, the floor is yours.
Actually, it was very interesting discussion, very passionate. In fact, I found it's so much coming from the heart, so much coming from the industry. That's it's something which is affecting yourself. I was feeling so much into this. It's a great.
Mr. Kaushik, let me tell you, I always get the blame that my webinars are too long. The reason being, let me just tell you that why it is so long. Because my job is to build relationships. So this is a forum where I build my relationships. Relationships not for my interest, for the interest of the industry, to bring everyone together and to build the interpersonal relationships within the forum. So that is why it takes more than usual having the regular, just the presentations where just people give their presentation, move out, give their presentation, move out is not my idea. That is why I have 15, 20 speakers at a time, which is my USP. My USP being that my webinars are long, but the idea is to build relationships for the interest of the industry.
In fact, it's great. I found it's a very interactive, and the things are coming with the passion and really thought process. It's very informal discussion. So I will also keep it informal. Actually, that's
please.
I don't want to share it. In fact, lots of things have been discussed on this, and we have seen for the steel industry, and so. In fact, we are also from that side of the design and who recommend the steel structure, frankly speaking. As an eco-first, I get the opportunities to do this. Like I have got many opportunities when we were doing for Tata Tea, that's 18,000 labor colony has to be built. And we did the pilot for them so that can be implemented. That's the first 18 house pilot was done. That time also we thought for the steel building. It was shown to actually Chief Minister of Assam that time, Mr. Sekia was there, Hitesh Sekia, and we showed it them together with Tata Steel. So similarly, when we are doing this Nandighar project for Vedanta Anganwadi, that time also we considered Nestin as a solution, steel building. Though somehow it is not a steel building at present. These are the Nandighar are a pre-primary school. They're absolutely sustainable with 100% power backup, solar power backup. There's a water purifier, water arrangement for them. There's accessibility friendly. Absolutely, there are smart television. Given it's something like his initiative with the Ministry of Women and Child and Women Education to give the facility to the kids below 6 years, the same facility as any urban kid will have. So these are the places where we're thinking on doing this. I'm at present doing one steel building for the zero carbon development. That's again a research project with one of the UK university, where we will be doing absolutely steel building, but thinking for a printed solar panel. You might have seen the solar panels and all these things. Then there comes the building integrated PV. So it will be building integrated PV. Next stage is the printed solar and the steel. So steel is the first material. So once this is done, so I'm doing one more 11-acre township near Bombay, which is already been agreed as a zero carbon township. And for that zero carbon township, even I'm thinking to make some steel structure there. So these are the things that's where we do these experiments and we do these things. So if we look at the steel industry, it's not popular, especially in housing. If I talk about the housing, I know for commercial, industrial, stadium, like I'm doing a stadium, I'm thinking for steel stadium. In fact, we are talking to JSW as well, Jindal Steel, Mr. Sajjan Jindal's group, for to make that as a symbolic steel stadium in India. That's in UP. It's an international stadium is coming up for cricket. But in housing sector, this is still not popular. There are many reasons for this which will come. We know the advantages of this, and which has been mentioned by everybody here. There's so many advantages, its strength, its beauty, its design. It gives the design freedom, but nobody has used it. The design freedom of malleability and change it in any shape. It has not been used. While this is a dream of any architect to use this such a flexible material which can give design. It is fast, it is efficient, it is resourceful, it is adaptable and accessible in any way. Less columns with more space. In Bombay-like situation, that's your FSI itself can give a advantage of this, which is 30,000, 50,000, 1 lakh per square feet of area. The area what you are saving, this itself will give some additional area you will be saving with this. Fire resistance is a positive and negative things both. It has been many times has been shown as a negative with so many coatings and all this. This becomes positive. This can be taken care, but however, cost to this, it is very good earthquake resistance. It can be made as very good aesthetic as well, and more usable space and less material means it's more sustainable as well, can be done. There are many things related to this. If we say that there are so many advantages which have been discussed. However, I found that there is ideas and creativity is lacking. One of the reasons maybe that's probably not many of the architects and the designers like us are thinking on steel buildings. Frankly, there are less who are using it, and that's why, especially in India, I found it's not so popular. In fact, around 10 days back, we were recently we were in discussion with Nestin to take this product further down to market as a steel houses industry. And I was discussing with my design team, architects. So one of the architects, very senior, he said, no, CK sir, no, that doesn't possible. Luxury housing, don't think of the steel structure. And believe me, that architect is, well, he has done so many buildings. He has done with any of the, you name the reputed architect, probably has worked with them. So and many of the known buildings in India, buildings in Bombay, he has done it. But that's the first reaction came from him. So probably as a steel industry, because I'm sitting here, we are discussing, we have to think that's how to convert this. Though as an EcoFirst, as a TC, we are doing it and we are converting it probably within a month and so, 2 months and so. I think we will be out in the market with lots of thought process on the steel building towards construction side, residential side. So there are those limitations are there. There are challenges, if I say, which we need to look into. Other than this chemistry and all this improving the steel, which you all are expert. That's metallurgical expert, and that's how you can do. What is demanded can be given, but what need to be demanded has to come from the design industry, and they will have to come forward. So designs is one of the things which I say. The finishes is one more thing. Look, while I was deciding for this Nandigarh and this thing, most of the proposal I got were the corrugated steel and this with these things, and the first reaction from top to bottom of the CSR team, CEO and everybody, Nani sir, this looks like an industrial building. I don't want to go for this. My purpose is to give the rural India a solid looking normal building. Now, what is this normal building? What is this solid looking? Then came one more surprising idea. That's okay. If somebody will throw this some stone there, which is pretty common in rural area, bacha aayega, patthar fenkega, then what will happen to that? It will be sound. So is it going to be soundproof? So yes, that was a question. So we'll have to immediately found the solution that is the soundproof as well from outside. I know there are solutions and it's not. Then comes the question of leakages. Yes, I know that's the buildings are now even can be made absolutely airtight, not only leakage, but still if you look at because this thing has been discussed here, that's not very much skill sets are available. That's the problem with the smaller contractors, those who are doing in area. It's a problem. Leakage still it's not properly done there. It's execution problem related to this, which has to be improved. The situation has to be improved. In fact, it's mentioned what Mr. Jha mentioned about this COVID hospital which Nestin has produced, that was designed by EcoFirst. we designed that unit as a standard Tata unit. Then we shared with Tata Projects, and Tata Steel has produced it. Tata Projects has implemented in Kochi, this 500-bed hospital, and there are more places we are implementing. So we are thinking seriously to take it forward. But that unit has been designed in a way it's not only waterproof, because it was a COVID hospital, and we made a Lego block kind of the hospital thing. That's 5-bed unit, modular unit, which can be converted into 500-bed anyway in various manners. It can be specialized hospital, it can be ICU ward, it can be super criticality ward. And for all those wards, there has to be negative pressure inside. Negative pressure means it has to be airtight. And then you will have to take out the air with all the cautious because of the COVID-19 virus. That's how you handle it. That was the very start of this thing. I think March end around, that's when we released that drawing. And we released that drawing to the industry as a part of the CSR. We don't charge for anything. And we released it to many persons, in fact, for the steel quick distribution. So, so these designs are possible. It's not that it is not impossible, but this is one of the challenges which need to be taken care. And we'll have to pay more attention towards the finishes, towards the design, the fire and energy efficiencies, their corrosion, and above all, the cost part. I'm sure the cost is not only about the capital investment. There are so many things which we have to look into the cost, as I mentioned about the FSI calculation, about the time savings. With this COVID, there is a 20% increase in the labor cost, which was originally 30%. Now you are charging 20% more. So if the labor cost can be reduced by 10%, so you are effectively saving significantly money there. So this cost calculation, the cost modeling will have to be done for these buildings again, which anyway we'll be doing it, and it's a part of our process which we are doing it. So that will make it a economically viable. Look, everything is okay. End of the day, money is also equally important. If everything is good, this is excellent, but it has to be cost competitive. This has been discussed earlier that in government it is decided for the least cost, and then we cannot compete with the routine kind of concrete and normal material building. No, there is possibility that we bring this innovation, we bring a market we call it, it's a revolutionary idea which will break the market. And then you will see this business model that these steel buildings will be quick and the cheapest one. Now it's a matter of choice. After that, it is the only matter of choice that if somebody wants to go for concrete and brick building, they can go for that. Definitely there will be guys who will go for that. But if it is the cost advantage, then probably steel industry will get the cost advantage. I'm sure that's not far away, this thing as well. So we will have to think innovative. We have to think sustainable. Sustainability is extremely important whenever we are thinking for some project. So think creative, think simple, and bring out the sustainable solutions. Yes, the thinking process is complex, but end of the day, result has to be climate resilient. Result has to be something which is more suitable for the end client. So it's rightly said, it has been discussed this term, ecosystem. Yes, this ecosystem includes the designers. You'll have to, those who are implementing it. I won't call them fabricator alone, because it's not about the fabrication only. It is complete contracting part which need to be done. Then this policy, yes, there will be some policy interventions which may be needed. Things may be corrected, but I never want to push policy much. It's more of the market dynamics which will decide these things, and it will decide. We are somewhere very near to this. The producers will have to think according to this. The contractor will have to think according to this. The climate adaptive designs has to be developed. We'll have to enter into the luxury housing. There's so many opportunities for not only for luxury housing. There's your second home kind of thing. There are lake homes kind of thing. I'm talking about the sector where steel houses have not been able to penetrate like this. So we may have to look into the life cycle approach, and as has been mentioned earlier, cradle to cradle approach of this. We'll have to consider that's okay. My final 50 years down the line, if I want to change it, then there is a scrap value available to this. For other buildings, even that scrap value is not available. So these things will bring, probably it will make it more compatible, more this thing. One important thing from the design perspective also, that's, I think, this modularity of the steel will make it winning. This modularity of the system, because now with the regenerative design processes which we are adopting more and more, it's a traditional architecture process is changing into a more digital and regenerative design process, where if you find a small element of the structure, and that element can be multiplied. If you have seen the Zaha Hadid structures, somebody might have seen that's pretty important Zaha Hadid structures globally. They are based on many times the regenerative designs. You will see the benches and designs and all these things. So far, these are being produced with the 3D printing technology, but very soon the 3D printing technology will also support this construction industry from the metal side. And this regenerative design will definitely will help the introduction of metal more into this design systems and will make it more adaptable. So in that part, this comes the snap interlock module system, SIMS. So those things will decide the future of the building industry. Time to come, probably 10 years down the line, but that's where we are heading towards. There are very good examples globally happened in Netherlands, like it has happened, that's complete sustainable home has been made. But these examples are examples. It's a mass production. Yes, I know today I've seen like JSW is doing for their own buildings, there's 8 buildings they're doing it. Similarly, others buildings are happening. But I think the percentage is still very less. So these bottom line things and these some of the design elements, you have to make it's more popular with the mainstream designers. That's facility, and that's where this will start zooming. The creative ideas will start coming. Yeah. That's what I want to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kaushik. I just wanted to share something with you. When we were talking about sustainable construction, we were doing a series for the steel industry, which was waste to wealth. How we can convert the waste into wealth. So one of the things which we did was we brought an architect who was actually a student of Art College London. She came back. She started a study of her own using slag, you know, the slag from the steel plant, slag to make furniture.
Yes.
You know, this was a very innovative art with this little girl. I mean, she may be in her early 20s, who's come back from London, from the Royal Art College of London. And this is something she did as a part of her experiments. So these are the kind of things which I keep thinking on. Where else can we, the gentleman you see, Mr. Subrata Mitra, Mr. Sabyasachi Bandyopadhyay, we just try to take the help of them. They are the think tanks where I try to take ideas from them. Where else can we innovate and find solutions which makes us more sustainable in the long run?
Absolutely, absolutely. Sustainability is the key. You have to think on that.
Yeah, just as today Mr. V.R. Sharma pointed out a very critical element where you need not cut the trees when you put up a township, where you put up a, let's say, housing project. You can lift the trees, move to another place. And they have these machines which are working on. So a great idea, Mr. Kaushik, and I will keep in touch with you. We'll ensure that, you know, whenever we have this series on construction, you are always there just to share ideas and to bring in, let's say, speakers from policy-making bodies like NITI Aayog, Ministry of Steel, and to see how best we can implement these issues of sustainable construction and steel being a recyclable and an eco-friendly material, how best to utilize this in the days ahead. With that, I'll request Mr. Sangal.
I will add one thing to what Nirmala ji has told. Mr. Kaushik has raised very valid points. In fact, regarding the cost, I would totally agree with him that the steel construction. Can you hear me, sir? Kaushik, sir?
Yes, sir. I can hear, sir. I can hear.
He talked about so many ways how the steel construction cost can be brought down. One of the things which came to my mind after listening to him was when you use the steel, the site management cost can be brought down to a great extent, and also the speed of construction will also lead to the cost reduction. So steel industry and the PEB sector has to think how they can come to that L1 competition what others are offering, and many other creative ideas which he has told. The creative people like Mr. Nirmala he must think how he can communicate his ideas to the larger audience. I think the cost can be brought down by the ideas which Mr. Kaushik has told. Site management, construction cost, construction time, and many other elements are associated with this. So I think that steel industry and the PEB has to think on that.
Yes, sir. You designed from 700 rupees a square feet to 5,000 rupees a square feet residential, or maybe 5,000, even more than that. But that's how you'll have to think design to cost, what we call it.
Yes, that is what 700 rupees to 800, which ISDAC designed the house for rural areas, and 4 or 5 places it is already installed. I think they have not been, they are trying to market it, but Pune, Tripura and other places, they have put up the houses.
Sir, but these are not the puff panels.
No, I know, I agree with you. They have just, you see, when you start a product, it is on the drawing board. Commercialization takes some time.
Yeah,
when the product is on the drawing board, they meet experts like you, then it goes to the next level.
Yeah.
And when it is commercialized, the cost can be brought down.
Yes, that is with the ideas of Mr. Kaushik, people like Mr. Kaushik, who are expert in this, who not only believe in technology and technology to human side. When his bio came to us, his mentioned was, he doesn't mean only technology to human side. And after listening to him, I believe that what he does, what he says, he does. Thank you, sir. It is a pleasure listening to you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kaushik. Before we move on to, because I think Mr. Riker is not there. He has left. He just left a message on our chat box that he has to leave. So he has left. So I believe Mr. Satish Agarwal is... No, I don't think we have any more speakers left, as you can see from the panel. So with that, we are almost coming to an end. Anyway, it has been more than 4.5 hours. 8:35 now, so more than 4.5 hours. I don't think any of the speakers are left right now. Mr. Riker, of course, just gave a message. So I think Mr. Kaushik was the last speaker, since no one else is there right now. So before we move on to Mr. Subrata Mitra, may I request our organizing secretary, Mr. Bandyopadhyay, to make his final remarks before we move on to Subrata for his summing up and closing comment. Mr. Sabyasachi Bandyopadhyay, please.
Yeah, Nirmal, thank you very much. Let me turn my video on.
Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of great discussions, points being raised. You know, product application in the industry is extremely important, and so is the product development. So I think we have touched upon all the different things, including process efficiency, the sustainability portion. This is becoming huge. The sustainability issue is going to drive the world. And I think most of the companies have caught up with that, and they're putting more and more focus on that. Electric vehicles, overall green technology, carbon footprint. People are going to levy taxes on carbon neutralization or not. These things are going to drive. Construction and steel usage in construction has been one of the greatest strength for the steel industry there, and it continues to grow. The changes that are coming with a newer way of thinking, newer way of managing lives are also essential. China has been leading the way. I spoke about building a hospital in 6 days, 7 days, and this is not the first time. They did it in 2003. I think we have a lot to learn. While I was in JSPL, Mr. Sharma has left. So while I was in JSPL, we were building, we were supplying steel to a building that was getting built by the Noida Expressway. The target was 99 days. By the time I left, I think, I'm not sure whether they could do it or not. But these are the kind of focus that even in India we can do. Certainly orientation of the working skill set for people, for pre-engineered buildings is a big thing. And so educational institutes, the academia needs to come in hand as well. And finally, not the list. I mean, it's not that we have to learn from the North American or the European or Japanese necessarily, but we can take a page or two out of their books and can implement that in Indian steel industry or overall Indian lifestyle. And that would not be bad. So like Dr. Irani had taken a quotation or out of ICICI Bank, there's nothing wrong. Being humble is nothing wrong. It's just putting it in perspective. And ultimately that discussion on customer, it's extremely, extremely close to my heart. Really believe in glorified customer rather than just satisfied customer. And having prices, Nirmali, if you recall, the very first webinar that you had asked me to participate back in May, we had talked about how to do new ways of pricing mechanism. And one of the things that we can do with steel, since it's a recycled material, we can do closed loop process. Ford has shown the way to do closed loop in aluminum. We are doing as Big River Steel, we are building some of those blocks with some of our automotive partners in the closed loop process. And similar things can be done. India needs to really work upon the scrap policy and along with the steel policy, and that's the way to go. So over to you, Nirmala, and then probably Subhrata can finish up the session. Thanks.
Thank you, Subhrata. With that, I'll move on to Subhrata to sum up. Mr. Subhrata Mitra will be summing up, followed by vote of thanks from Ankit. Subhrata, over to you.
Thank you, Nirmala. Thank you, Ankit. After the initial introduction by Ankit and welcome address, the SAIL corporate video and JSPL corporate video were shared. A very nice moderating was done by Mr. R.K. Singhal all through, and of course with Nirmala's and others' participation in between. First speaker was Mr. V.S. Sharma. He gave the keynote address and very elaborate one. Being in the forefront of the steel industry, JSPL is doing very well. He is confident that the economy is coming back to wheels. That's a good sign. And it has to contribute to the GDP directly and indirectly. And the various initiatives that JSPL is doing was highlighted. So there are 16-story, nice to hear, the 24 number 16-story buildings have come up with 77% steel usage and balance other materials. 500 flats for workers' colony has also been constructed. The new head-hardened steel has been made for Kolkata Metro, and JSPL is making sheet piles as a new product. And apart from this, Mr. Sharma shared his views on various aspects of the industry, Indian industry, like power distribution and water distribution and other things. That was really very wonderful talk by Mr. Sharma. Then Mr. Shubhachari Bandyopadhyay gave a speech on utilization of more steel. About 40% steel is being used in India for construction, whereas it is more than 50 in China. He suggested making steel grain silos and increase the use of galvanized steel for all uses in the infrastructure and in the residential buildings. Crash barriers were suggested. It can be used for a lower cost hot rolled galvanized. Since steel is recyclable, it has all the advantages. Mr. Alzeta then spoke of Rizani, about the Rizani company. It is more than 100 years old contracting company. Mr. Alzeta presented the things being done by their company. It's a very big bridge and viaduct manufacturing contracting company. They're doing all over the world. Dubai Metro has a big contribution from Rizani. And she also shared the methods of construction being used. He elaborated the work of Tensa India. They have also made a stadium in Moscow that was really a very knowledgeable, a lot of things could be learned from Rizani's initiatives. Then Mr. Francisco Esposito gave a talk on various initiatives that they are doing in India mostly, spoke about the Indian projects, and its volume is so high that he has a feeling that India is enormous opportunity. But he has an apprehension, and we also feel so, the quality of work in India is sometimes compromised, had to be compromised because of getting the contract. So Indian companies are delivering very nicely abroad, whereas the same should be while working in India. Why only abroad? So new ideas need to be made. That was his idea. Then Mr. Shushim Banerjee spoke about his days in INSDAC, what was done. And he talked about steel composite technology, whereas concrete versus steel, there's a composite technology that he talked about. Housing growth his idea is housing growth can consume about 30 to 40 million ton of steel by the method of steel concrete composite. This is ideal from strength point of view also. So various codes he discussed and potential for huge number of steel usage in the highways, where after every certain meters road overbridge is required, that will consume a lot of steel. Then Mr. Sridhar from ArcelorMittal spoke about their color-coated steel initiative. It is the largest color-coated steel, 2.5 million ton, now selling about 60 to 65,000 tons per month. He gave a very idea on antibacterial coating of steel, color-coated steel. And a lot of steel, color-coated steels are being exported also. So they're using anti-dirt paint and cool roofs where temperature of 3 to 4 degrees centigrade drop can be ensured. Then Madam Radhika Markan from H&K spoke about, that was a nice talk, about the transition, how rebars came to India, replacing CTD bars to TMT. Cold twisted reform bars was transformed. Talked how transformation took place, and that was really a historical talk, but she gave a lot of things about the transformation, which itself with different grades of steels are being used. Dr. Gopal Krishnan, Director, Central Road Research Institute, gave then the talk about, his idea was hybridize concrete with steel mix. So the problem with steel usage like fire, corrosion, fatigue, and stress has to be eliminated or reduced. Suggests research on concrete steel combination. Affordable housing also was talked about. Mechanized parking lots is one of the initiatives which Japanese have done that will open up a big steel usage in India. Then the ninth speaker was Mr. Pankaj Ojha from Tata Steel. They have nesting solutions. It's called steel-based modular construction. The hospital construction has been done using steel hollow sections. Talked about Tiscon, welded mesh, steel welded mesh also. The awareness, he suggested stress should be given on policy matters, awareness, and training facilities, because steel usage requires more training to the workmen for assembling the steel and assembling and working on the steel, because they're used to concrete work. Knowledge of welding need to be increased through training. Now, on the 10th speaker was Mr. Sri Kumar Balasubramaniam from Jamil Steel, India. He spoke about the various initiatives they are doing. About 12 production units have been set up in India. They're working in Middle East, Africa, and Southeast Asia. Fabrication facilities in Pune is turning out about 20,000 tons of steel. spoke every month, spoke on a housing project in steel in Bangladesh for Rohingya refugees in Bhashan Shah. An EPC office has been opened in India. That's a good information. Elaborated various projects starting from airport hangars to railway coach factories and warehousing. They're doing quite a bit of warehousing. The 11th speaker was Mr. P.V. Mohan from Kirby. Again, Kirby's initiatives all over the world has been discussed. Benefits of pre-engineered building was highlighted by him. No big, and of course, he said no big site facilities are required. This is one of the advantages of PEB working. Delhi Metro, a lot of work has been done by Kirby, and including shipyards also, some places. Designed the highest capacity crane, 500-ton crane, pre-engineered building has been designed by Kirby. These are all sustainable and eco-friendly steel usage, as we all know. So airtight buildings are being planned by Kirby to make it foolproof. The 12th and the last speaker was Mr. Chittaranjan Kaushik, Eco-First Tata Consulting Engineers. With Tata UK, they have designed and implemented one UK university. One township near Mumbai on 11-acre plot has been planned now. Still is not, he told one thing, which is of course true, definitely, that steel is still not so much popular for buildings other than industrial buildings, because the system, Indian system, is unable to accept steel buildings due to various reasons, maybe. So, so that awareness has to grow. Full airtight designs are being done, has been designed for COVID hospital, and he has a good suggestion that cost modeling, because as we all know, RCC, apparently the initial cost is low. So the cost modeling based on life cycle has to be done to be more economic, to make the steel construction more economic and viable all through the life cycle. So this was all. It was really very value-added discussion we had today for the most important topic. And thank you all the panelists for your good deliberations. Thank you, Nirmala.
Thank you, Subrata. As usual, you have covered comprehensively all the proceedings of the last 4.5 hours. And before I hand it over to Ankit for proposing a vote of thanks, may I personally thank Mr. Rakesh Kumar Singhal, who has taken the initiative of being the moderator for today along with me, and to share my burden, and so that I could take a break very often. And he has always been very supportive, right from the days he was in SAIL. And even when he moved to RDCIS thereafter, all of you may not be aware, during his days in RDCIS, he was the author of the book which he released during RDCIS. And even today, he's a very pious gentleman. I keep getting advice on Brahma Kumari from him every other day. So a very religious man, and a very pious man as well. And my special thanks to him for being the co-moderator. Goes without saying, without Mr. Subrata Mitra and Mr. Sabyasachi Bandyopadhyay, our chairman and organizing secretary, I would never be able to do one thing. Any of these webinars I think we almost did, what, 13 to 14 webinars in the last couple of months, Ankit? 13 or 14?
Today's webinar is
Today is the 13th. Okay, so all these 13 webinars that we have done would not have been possible without the organizing committee and my organizing committee chairman and my organizing secretary, who have blessed me, supported me right from day one. So with that, I'll hand over to Ankit to propose a formal vote of thanks.
I'll just add, Nirmala has taken more work than myself on him today, so he's being ultra effusive in thanking me, so I must thank you. Tell me, sir.
No, please continue. I'll say a few words.
what has happened, Nirmala has given me an opportunity with my steel fraternity after a long time, of course. So I must thank him for this. It's always a pleasure to be the steel man. And I'm further delighted to know Mr. Sabyasachi Mukherjee from Alloy Steel Plant. You are which batch, sir? I was in the Durga from 1983 to 1994, 95. After that, I came to Delhi.
I'm a 1990 batch.
Okay. So you came after Mr. Krishnamurthy declared that lockout in Alloy Steel Plant. You were not at that time.
No, I was not at that time. That's true.
That was supposed to be locked down, and that turned the corner in sale.
Mr. Singhal, I have a little point. So I was in Alloy Steel Plant long back. I am sorry, same plant as you and Sabyasachi. So anyway, so Mr. Singhal, we are meeting for the first time. You did a very good acted as a moderator, and I should tell you, it is a relentless effort of Nirmala all through in assembling virtually so many experts and eminent personalities and going ahead. So once again, thank you, everybody.
And Nirmala, I don't know what I do. I don't do anything. In fact, there is hardly any audience left. So, but to be honest, Nirmala, to give me even the kudos of being the organizing secretary, I think I don't do anything. But just because, but you drag me, so you drag me, that means you have the power, you have the force, you have the authority, you have the influence, and you have the persuasion to pull me into this. And today, in fact, I have been listening. I just had my video turned off for most of the time, but other than that, I have been listening. The thing is that Nirmala, you bring a lot of good people on the same platform. In fact, many of them I probably even didn't know early on, but now that I'm listening to them, they're so well contributory, and they mean a lot. So just thinking about it, it's a force multiplier. You know, it's a force multiplier. So it's an accelerator. It's a catalysm. So you are working as the catalyst, and so ultimately, because you started with one webinar in a month, and now you are doing at least a webinar every week, sometimes even two.
Yeah.
And the fact that we are also attending and you have audience listening to it, it goes in a long way to say that how you are able to cohesively put people on the same platform and having a meaningful discussion. So they are long, I understand, Nirmala, and very well put that you are building a relationship, because life is all about building a relationship. Breaking is extremely easy. Building is more difficult. So hats off to you. Keep doing.
I fully endorse your views, Mr. Sabyasachi Mukherjee. He is doing an excellent job, and he is able to bring the people who would not go anywhere. I won't name the people who have come to his webinar platform, because we are a public platform. So he brings the people who don't go to other webinars, because he has got a force. And see, the very fact on Saturday evening we are sitting and talking to him. People are there. Just now the crowd has thinned down. Otherwise, he has done a wonderful job. Saturday evening, getting the people, you know, is a big challenge. Thank you. You are doing a great job.
The fact that I took the risk on Saturday was because of Thapoda. You know, he told me life becomes a lot easier when you do it on a Saturday. But my son has a different viewpoint. He kept sending messages to me that you always have less number of people when you do it on Saturdays. But on a serious note, what is happening for that now that most of the people are not there? Let us have a concluding remark on what has been happening. I see now more and more audience is now shifting to YouTube, which means it's not that people are not watching right now. Tomorrow morning, when I see the viewership on YouTube, it will be probably anything between 180 to 200. But here it has come down to 10. So which means more and more people are actually watching live on YouTube because they don't have to, first of all, use an app. It's a lot easier. Just use the click on the link of YouTube and you are there. A lot easier. So anyway, Subrata was also telling me we need to do an introspection as to why in Zoom it is coming down. So this will again be something which will be introspecting and trying to move, because there were the first few webinars, Shobhoda, if you remember, we had a total headcount of 1,200 people, which even CII did not have in the webinar which they did. From 1,200, when it is coming down, that means there must have been something which we are missing, which have to go for an introspection. Once we do that introspection,
maybe this Pathfinder session
we'll bring it back.
Will bring some glory back. So
I'm sure.
it's an innovative way of thinking.
Yeah.
And you and I also have talked about certain things. So maybe you can address that with Subrata. Bringing two different worlds together would probably also be novel. Since it's virtual, I mean, you can do anything, right? So you just have to time it right and look at the timing of different people. And again, you have got a lot of good relationships with people like SMS, Danieli, and through them, or even Tata Steel, you have got good relationship. The only problem with Tata Steel that I'm seeing these days is their use of Zoom platform. But today, there were a couple of Tata Steel related Tata group of industries people.
Including Tata Steel.
Yes, and they use Zoom platform. So I was very happy to see that, because Tata has got a lot to contribute. They're actually a business house. They're industrialists. They're not businessmen. They're industrial houses. And so they bring a completely different perspective to the table. And so I always like to hear from Tatas. It's excellent. So anyway, it's been quite late for you to stay up, and Ankit, you have been deprived of your Saturday chores.
Okay, Ankit,
so go ahead, put the vote of thanks.
Please.
Yeah. So I would like to thank all the panelists for being here today to discuss the current scenario and the future prospects of steel in infrastructure and construction. So thank you all for joining us today. My heartfelt gratitude to our sponsors, Jindal Steel and Power, and our co-sponsors, SAIL and Zamil Steel, for their support. Thanks to Mr. Rakesh Kumar Singhal for co-moderating today's proceedings wonderfully. And to our organizing committee led by Mr. Subrata Mitra and Mr. Shobhoshachi Bandyopadhyay, who have continued to support us through all our webinars over the last few months. Last but not the least, I would like to thank our technical partners, Amitech India, and our steel and metallurgy team for making this event possible. With that, I would conclude today's meeting. Thank you all for joining us today.
Thank you, Shobhoda.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Thank
Singhal.
you.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Shobhoda.
Thank you all.
Thank you, Mr. Singhal. Thank you, Nirmal. Thank you. Good night.
Thank you. Good night.
Good night.
Bye.